10th of September is World Suicide Prevention Day. And according to the World Health Organization, some 700,000 people commit suicide each year. And out of this number, some 20 people are also attempting to take their life, or millions of people also contemplating taking their life. Today, we'll be speaking to some members of the general public to express their views on the issue of suicide and their views about the law that criminalizes the act. We'll also be speaking to some survivors of suicide attempts and find their views regarding the law, their experiences, and their advice to people who may also be going through their situation.
Edmond, a 48-year-old businessman and commercial farmer, has attempted taking his own life not once, but 3 times. The reason? Frustrations due to what he describes as life's many failures. The divorcee and father of one attributed his actions to dejection following failures in his life and the many hardships he experienced.
You ever attempted suicide in your life?
Yes, please.
How did it happen?
Yeah, it's like out of purpose and then I'll say frustration. Simply because what I was expecting in life, I was not getting it. And I thought that if such situation should continue, then the best way is to end up my life. Actually, I sat down and I thought of it for about 3 days, and I took the action. I bought drugs, that's chemicals that I know that when I take it, I will surely die. So I mix it. To be honest, it was what we call DDT. I mixed it with water and then I took it. But I don't know whether it is a miracle or what, it didn't work. And then 3 days later on, I bought another drug that they said is used for killing mouse. And that one, when I was about to take it, I had a call. And the person that spoke with me, I would say it's a God-sent person. After talking to me, I realized that it's like the person preached the word of God to me. So I took inspiration from what she said and I forgo it. And then the third one too, I tried. That one too, I took the drugs. And then the drugs did not work. So I would say all the occasions of attempting, I took the drug, I made the attempt, but they didn't work. So I would say I survived. My surviving is by miracle, or it is the work of God that keeps me still alive.
After carefully planning, Edmond acquired DDT, but after taking it on 2 different occasions, it didn't work.
After taking the medicine, I went to bed and I was expecting myself to die, but I didn't. There was no reaction like pains, like vomiting, screaming, so that somebody would even rush and then take me to hospital. No. So sometimes people don't believe me when I say I made an attempt of committing suicide.
How long ago was this, or were these incidents?
The last one was just 2019-2020.
And all these were due to hardships?
Hardships, economical hardships, and then the level of my life as compared my age and the things that I plan doing that are not being successful. Because I don't like to blow my own horn. I'm a hardworking guy, and I expect myself in terms of social level, I should be at a certain pedigree.
Tell us about your family life. Are you married? Do you have children?
I have 1 child, and I'm married for some.
Many people in Ghana try to end their predicaments by ending their lives. While some succeed, others, like Edmond, fail and have to continue living with their problems.
Would you say you've gotten over the issues that pushed you to the point of suicide?
Yes, please, and I'm ever ready to share my experiences with people, because I've realized that maybe what you are expecting today that you do not have, if you live tomorrow, you may surely get what you were looking for.
Auntie Kenny, one of such people, thought ending her life was the best way to escape her many debts. The 51-year-old food vendor, after being abandoned by her husband for giving birth to a deaf child, saw no help coming from any other place and decided to end her life by mixing DDT with salt and drinking it.
Misusu.
Senior. This second time, please.
All right. So she attempted suicide twice.
You were watching.
January. For 51 years. Was his seller, and the age is 51 years of age.
All right.
The first one, I had a daughter with my husband, and they also the child didn't able to speak. The husband left us.
Okay. And how long ago was this?
January, exactly about 10 years ago.
All right. So why did that situation force you to attempt taking your life?
There was no help from the contest place. I can't know about the boy here.
Yeah, more make a name, Mamma Jim. Police or money for Lobini Baby and Mitibana. The sky will be the mother of you, like a monument.
Since my husband left me without any tent, I borrowed a lot of items like rice, oil, and the rest to put on my business. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to pay, so I was harassed by the police and the family that I owned. That triggered the suicide.
Okay.
They know me. They know me. DDT. Excellent. Learning. One of them. Learning. Meaning high to where no here can miss no idea and I've been needing to give you. No, I can go my hand. Okay. So you ban me. In
the first instance, I mixed DDT with salt, and after taking it, I realized that I have a serious stomach problem, and so my landlord took me to Roma, where I confronted them that I took DDT, and then from there, after I recovered, I was taken back to my family house here. That's why I'm here today.
All right.
I report. See,
the man reported the case to the police, but upon the realized that the police were fed arrest, he ran away. He ran himself away.
Just a few weeks ago, Auntie Kenny, who has been facing numerous harassments from her creditors, tried taking her life again, this time by drinking bleach.
What happened in the second instance as well?
Distancing. Any Johnny if you must marry, you know him. Go here, you know, in back, you know, in back. That one again, I mean, you get too much. Needing a mug. This sister, who they were, no go be. You need a man that put me the copy. If me make a Janapia, man can you free looking back with him. Kenny never come for me. If I hear, laugh on the moon, a boom, a free.
In the second instance, I own a lot of people. If I'm eating, they are harassing me here and there. My auntie is also critically sick, and I have no help from any quarter, so I decided to take my life to stop all these occurrences.
Her brother, 40-year-old Stephen Ode Kwabla, confirmed Auntie Kenny's story. He says he has taken it upon himself to counsel her against repeating the act.
When I was caught by one of my auntie, that is my senior sister, that is my sister Kenny, took in some concussions. When I came, the whole family, the whole town was gathered here. So it was in total coma. So we used our local remedy, that is the palm oil, to avert the situation. We worked for almost 30 minutes while it wasn't working. So we called a taxi to come and help us convey her to the hospital. So for reaching the place, we realized that he took in. That was when she regained consciousness. He confronted them. I took that is the name up. What's the name? That is local alkasha and the mix of Parazo. So from that, we realized like, Mr. How do you do this? Before he came up to me that these are the things that triggered her to do that. So from there, we were able to stabilize a little bit. And then the next day we were discharged. Since then, she has been okay. She has been normal now. And on my part, I've been advising her every day on the because I realized that I don't want to keep her isolated. I want to keep her company. So every morning I came to her, advised her, but financially I'm also constrained. I have a family that I'm looking forward for, and so if there will be any help financially, and then psychologically to that effect, I'll appreciate them most.
In Ghana, 1,500 cases of death by suicide are reported nationwide on a yearly basis. In each reported case of suicide, there is believed to be 4 unreported cases, summing the number of unreported cases to almost 6,000 yearly. The 1960 Criminal Code, Act 29, Section 57 states, "Whoever attempts to commit suicide shall be guilty of a misdemeanor." But for survivors and their families, it is about time Ghana dropped this law, as persons who attempt suicide need counseling and solutions to their problems, not prosecution.
My country opinion is that that law should be in our good books of the land, because but if we love our lives, we live bad to us, and so if a person considers that kind of thought in his or her mind, that should be catered for and be treated as such, as a sickness, and that needs to be treated. So rather jail the person, you are adding more fire to the issue. So that law should be in our good books at all. Okay.
Apple.
He said he's against that law, because since the person in difficulty, you need a support. If the support comes, then that law will not be existent. So that law should be criminalized.
I don't think that law, excuse my language, is meaningful and sensible enough. I'm saying this that because no each and everyone that will have or would attempt committing suicide, per my background, I would say there is a spiritual thing behind it, because it's like something is urging you, something is pushing you to do it, either psychological and whatever. So it's like at the end of the day, the person rather need to be cancelled than rather you persecuting the person and putting the person in jail. I don't think somebody will just wake up, have whatever he wants in life and decide that I'm ending up my life. No, it's definitely something went on wrongly, and the person thinks that because of stigmatization, what people will say in society, maybe somebody might have committed a crime, and thinking that what I have done, what will people say about me if the thing happens and found out in the public domain. And in my situation, for instance, it is not a crime, but I found out that due to economical hardship and things that I was expecting in life, I was not achieving them. So if that be the case, let me kill myself, and at the end of the day I survive, and you decide to put me in jail because of the, I rather think that they have to give us counseling, and then maybe gather people that have made attempt and survive to come out and talk to people that are thinking or want to do similar thing. That all hope is not lost yet.
But what does the general public make of the 1960 Criminal Code, Act 29, Section 57?
I think the law is there, but all those who have attempted to commit suicide, now we have not seen anybody who has been jailed. If people have been jailed, we have not seen the number being published. If the law too will be enforced, and also the social welfare people, as part of community organization, the civil societies will also come up and also move around the community, giving much education on suicide. It will also help people not to also go into that area.
I think the law will be fully enforced, or it will be beneficial to society if government is doing its part. It's like most people are ignorant, and then you cannot tell somebody that his personal decision shouldn't count because the person feel like he has tried all possible means, depending on the magnitude of the psychological trauma and the mental torture the person is going through. The person may not be able to withstand it, and therefore you feel like, or she will feel like ending it.
Asana be more problem. Konya baloko jika bonya nego jiko ya agbo. Keka abi more problem ka ono ko bi na an mecha manaka o. Ni no ne bale han jiko ya agbo he. Ke mai amanye mo solve problem mo e mahamu. La sana mini abanye brought to bo ko lo adane angbo he. Na solve problem mo ka mo ko na se wo ne ba.
All right. So she's of the opinion that people who attempt suicide should rather be counseled, and then those whose situations are found to be mild, should be punished for not dealing with them, but rather resorting to ending their lives. And those who are found to have genuine cases should be counseled and assisted in one way or the other. So you heard the views of some members of the general public and also some survivors of suicide attempts. To them, people who survived suicide attempts should rather be counseled in the law scrap rather than jailing them. From Odumase Kobo in the Eastern region, Michael Ubete for GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome to another episode of Diaspora Link. I am your host, Diallo Sumbri, here exclusively on GhanaWeb.com. We want to thank you for joining us today for our new episode featuring our guest, Mr. Kwabena Asomwa of Custom Looks Clothier. I hope that you look forward to this conversation, that you gain something from it. It's going to be an exciting, energetic conversation about what and why Kwabena chose to move back to Ghana. Let's get into it. Before we get into our interview with our guest, Mr. Kwabena Asomwa of Custom Looks, as we do every episode, we are going to find out a little bit more about Kwabena and some of his favorite things. So, Kwab.
Yes.
Before we get into your interview, we're going to play a small game, and this is very simple. I'm going to give you two choices. You have to choose one, and after you choose one,
explain why.
Explain why you chose this.
I love this.
Okay. All right. So you ready?
Let's go.
All right. Dirty rice versus wache.
Wache.
Wache. Why?
Because wache has the beans and protein, gives you stronger endurance. You eat wache in the morning, you won't be hungry till evening.
Okay.
Dirty rice is it's not going to be as filling in terms of the energy.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. American football versus soccer.
Oh, American football.
Even so, but you live in Ghana now.
Yeah,
you from Ghana.
But I'm a judoka. I like physical sports.
Okay.
I like sports where you can slam a person, hit them. All those skill set sports are pretty boring to me.
Okay.
So basketball, soccer, all that. Even though I enjoy watching it, but if I have to play it, I like something I can. You
can be physical.
I can slam somebody.
Let's dive into a little bit of your profession. Okay. American suits versus the African suit, the kaftan.
The walking suit.
The walking suit.
Okay. Because we're in Ghana, I will have to say the walking suit.
Okay.
It's more universal in terms of its appeal. You can use it for a lot more variety. An American suit is only going to be pretty much in a business and foreign environment. I mean, a formal environment. Outside of those,
So the fact that you live in Ghana, and I know a little bit about you. Accra versus Abri.
That's a tough one. I will have to say Abri.
Abri.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Abri has more. It's more tranquil, and once you get up there, you sort of are like up there, and you escape Accra.
You escape Accra. You escape the city.
Yeah.
Okay. Last one. Kumasi versus Accra.
Oh, Accra all day.
Accra over Kumasi all day.
I'm a city boy. I need Accra. I need the
city
nightlife.
City boys up one.
I need the nightlife. I need the socialization. Kumasi is a little bit more peaceful than I prefer.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. So the whole point of this game is to understand that we all are going to make different choices in life. Most of us make choices every day that we're not even conscious that we're making. On the way to work, do I go left or do I go right? What am I going to eat for breakfast? Oatmeal or grits? What am I going to eat for dinner? Wache or fried rice? We all always make different choices. but the different choices that we make should not further divide us. Our choices should really bring us together in a more respectable manner to understand that just because we make different choices don't mean we all can't get along. And that's what Diaspora Link is about, understanding our choices so we can get along. Now, next, we're going to find out a little bit more about Kwab, and I think that he'll enjoy this one, and we'll be able to find out what some of his top 5 loves are in the world. Okay, Kwab, we call this top 5. I got 5 categories, really simple. I'm going to give you one of each. You give me your favorite of each, okay? Number 1, give us your favorite book.
How to Win Friends and Influence People.
Say that a little slower.
How to Win Friends and Influence People.
How to Win Friends and Influence People. Okay, that sounds like a good book. What is your favorite food of all time?
My favorite food of all time. Cajun jambalaya pasta.
Cajun jambalaya pasta. Wow.
Cheesecake Factory, to be exact.
Okay, Cheesecake Factory Cajun jambalaya pasta. It's always interesting when we do this because you just never know what people are going to say. Okay, who's your favorite artist, your favorite musical artist of all time?
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. Ooh. Ooh.
The Elements.
You're trying to get soulful on us. All right. What did I say? I said, okay, favorite place to vacation in the world?
Hedonism.
Okay, we're just going to leave that right there where it is.
Jamaica.
Jamaica for heathen. He didn't say Jamaica. He said hedonism specifically. I'll let y'all look that up. Last one, favorite sport.
Oh.
Favorite sport.
Judo.
Judo.
Yeah.
Judo is your favorite sport.
Yeah, because judo is the basis for grappling and all the other forms of wrestling that I do. So judo will have to be number 1.
All right. Let's thank Mr. Kwabena Asomah for his top 5. Now we're going to get a little bit into the interview and find out more about his journey, his story, and how he arrived back here in Ghana. Welcome back to Diaspora Link for this week's episode with our guest, Mr. Kwabena Asomah. Kwab. Welcome.
How you doing, my brother?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you so much for being here today. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. Feeling great.
Okay, so Kwabena Asomah is obviously a Ghanaian name.
Yes.
Right? So you are Ghanaian.
Yes, I was born in Ghana.
Okay, you were born in Ghana. What part of Ghana were you born in?
I was born in Kumasi.
Born in Kumasi, but I understand that you spent most of your life in the U.S.
Yeah, I left in 79. Well, at least that was the first attempt. 79, I went and we went to the, at the time, you would have to go from Ghana to UK to New York.
Okay.
And when I got to UK, something happened with the visa. So I had to stay in UK for about almost a year for them to work out the visa. Once they finally worked that out, they sent me back to Ghana.
Okay.
Because my flight had to originate back here.
Okay.
So by this time, it was almost 81. So technically, I landed in the States in 81.
Okay.
And by that time now, we went straight from Ghana to.
And so, how old were you? You were.
I was 7 when I first left. When I entered America at 9.
Okay, but you entered America at 9.
Yeah.
Okay, so your family decided that they were sending you, your brothers and sisters, to America. The whole family? Was it just you?
No, my parents left when I was 2.
Okay.
And then my brother went, my sister went. So they kind of took us in stages.
Okay, so everybody in stages wound up in the U.S.
Yeah.
Okay, so here you are, Ghanaian in the U.S. Where did you land in the U.S.?
Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C. I know a little something about the city of
Chocolate
Washington.
City, baby.
Chocolate City. So you landed in D.C. So talk to us a little bit about you coming up in D.C. and your experience as a Ghanaian in growing up in D.C.
Well, it wasn't like now. You know, now when you say Ghana or Africa, there's this sense of, ooh, wow, really? You know,
Right,
back then, it was Africa Juju Bean, you know.
African booty scratcher.
African booty scratcher, go home.
Right.
You know, it was a very tough time because Africa was portrayed in such a negative light or in an unknown light, right? So we were kind of almost looked at as kind of like, wow, like it almost felt like a zoo effect.
Really?
Because people were looking at you like, he can talk. You know, as if like you were like an animal, but you can't really say it was people's fault. It's just that they just
didn't know.
And a lot of times it was by design. It was by design specifically. I know in black neighborhoods that we would always feel a certain way about the African continent and people that come from Africa that separated us. So we feel like
the moment
there's
you
such a
land in
big
America,
difference.
that's the first thing you are taught. You know, it's almost like a person comes and sit right on your shoulder and says, hey, look, listen, you see this brother here? He has the same skin color as you. I'm saying he looks like you, but he's nothing like you. And he's going to give me all of the negatives, or more importantly, all of the cultural differential. He fights his own people. He shoots guns at his own people. He takes drugs. So he does all these things. So you instantly are like, he may look like me, but I'm sure not him.
Right.
But that same person goes to your shoulder and says, man, you see that guy over there? He just landed here, right? Kind of look like you, doesn't he? But he's not like you.
Right.
He swings on trees. He's eating monkey brains. You know what I'm saying? He's got Ebola. So right then and there, we're separated at customs. The moment we land, it's like Africa goes this way, Black America goes this way.
And we all, and in real life, we all the same people.
We are the same people. And I think when you get older, you start realizing we are the same people, and we also have the same enemy. And I think once we start looking at the fact that, like, you know, I tell people this, look, I grew up in a situation where my parents, because of the struggle that they had, getting jobs and everything, that when I was a child, it was like, hey, learn English. Hey, forget Ghana. So from a person who spoke no English, I went to a person who spoke only English.
Wow.
Right? So there was this sense of, you know, I'm not African. I'm American now. And I used to tell my friends, when the clan comes, there's no Africa tree for us. You know what I'm saying? Oh, wait, don't hang him. Put him on that tree. I want some Africa. It's an African oak tree.
Right.
Hang him on that one.
It's all the
We're
same.
going to hang the black guy on the maple tree over here from America. No.
It's all the same.
We're going to get the same. We're going to get the same news, the same tree. And I think when you started, at least for me, when I started realizing that's the basic boat that we are in, then the differences between me and the African American weren't as great as what was
it was made to be seen.
Yeah, because
upon moving,
what was greater was what we were against.
Right.
I'm saying,
Right.
and those were life and death decisions.
Right.
that we were facing.
So your family moved to the DC area. You grew up in the DC area and went to high school.
Yeah.
I understand that you went to college in the DC area. You went to an HBCU.
That's right, Morgan State University.
Morgan State University. Go Bears, right?
right, that's right.
Shouts out to all my people from Morgan State University, Baltimore, HBCU. So you went to Morgan.
Yeah.
And you became an entrepreneur. Let's talk a little bit about kind of your entrepreneurial journey in America, and what you got into, what you began to do.
Well, you know, like I think everybody, we all went with we were taught the same thing. Go to America, get a good education, come out and get a good job. And I followed that to a script. I graduated electrical engineering and physics, cum laude, you know, all those honors. I had the Burger King athlete, you know, awards, all those things I had. And then I was able to get lucky in the sense that my first experience was I had a job with NASA.
Okay.
So I was working actually in my industry, but then I also got the first corporate experience, which was they started talking about closing down some of the NASA sites.
Okay.
And at the time, Goddard was one that was being talked about. So I went from being a worker to a person who was probably going to be last hired, first fired. Right? So that taught me corporate America real quick.
Okay.
And I already had started my own business in my senior year. You know, I was going through the Amway sales and marketing business.
Okay.
Which at the time made valuable sense to me. So I became a student of Amway. You know, I was fortunate enough to really get around people who actually were making very good money in Amway. You know, I tell people, I'm not talking small. I was there with people who I was holding checks for $500,000 in 1 month.
Wow.
I was going to people's houses who had boats, yachts. I mean, there was one guy, Paul Miller. This guy's house was so crazy. He had his own, they gave him his own zip code.
Wow.
I'm saying, and I was going to these guys' houses. I was talking with them. I was touching them.
Okay.
So after I graduated, I had to make a decision. I was supposed to go to University of Pennsylvania.
Okay.
For a PhD, MD combination.
Okay.
In biomedical engineering.
Wow.
But
I already had seen these guys and these business owners and the life that they were living.
So, but you did finish Morgan. You finished Morgan.
I finished Morgan.
Okay.
It was my fellowship time.
Right.
Do I go to grad school or do I go the entrepreneur route?
Okay.
So that was the decision. And, you know, when I looked at the entrepreneur route, it just seemed much more exciting. There were much more rewards in it. And the life of the people that I was interacting with, I wanted that lifestyle.
That's the lifestyle you wanted to live?
I wanted that lifestyle. So I forsaked the graduate course, which was held from an African family. Because, you know, in Africa, there's nothing more important to an African family than to have a lawyer or a doctor.
Or scientist, a doctor, lawyer,
those degrees mean something a lot more to us in our culture than it does maybe even the U.S.
More than, so forget being an entrepreneur, forget building wealth or even having money, but it's the prestige of being a lawyer, being a doctor.
Because when you're a doctor, it shows a certain level of mental capability.
Okay.
And so when you walk around here and you have this title, I'm Dr. This, you're given a certain level of status immediately because we feel that your mental capacity is greater than the person who just has a GED or a high school degree.
So you going down this entrepreneurial route, this entrepreneurial journey. You've decided that you're not going to go to grad school, you're not going to get a PhD. So I know now you're the proprietor of Custom Looks.
Yes.
Right? So you took your Amway skills, your corporate skills, and so how did you decide to become a bespoke men's tailor? Like what?
I don't know if I did. I don't know if I did.
How did that happen?
Okay, so from Amway and after I graduated, I started doing computer consulting.
Okay.
So in which I happened to do well. I started making good money. So I started wearing very nice suits. I used to go to Saks and Neiman Marcus.
Fifth Avenue, Neiman Marcus.
And then you know, I was buying suits for $1,500, you know, $1,000 easily, and then I would spend an additional $200 to $300 alterating it so that it fit me perfect. And that wasn't really the smartest use of money, and I knew that wasn't a manageable course.
Right.
So in reality, what I was looking for was a way to get suits for less. And I was doing parties at the time. I had my little Ashanti land, urban resort farm that all my friends would come party at. And one of the guys that was coming to parties used to work for U.S. Customs.
Okay.
And so he connected me with an overseas tailor. And I was able to order suits from him overseas for a less price.
Okay.
And when I put those suits on, everybody in D.C. kept asking.
So then, boom.
It took a year for me to actually realize that there was actually a business opportunity here.
Okay.
You know, but one day the light came on like, so many people keep asking, why don't you find a way to get them the product? And what I did was I invited the guy back to Ghana. Back to D.C.
Okay.
And told him, hey, I've got a whole bunch of people that want to buy suits from you, so come. He came. It was Easter weekend, so not too many people could meet with him because of the weekend.
Right.
That Easter Sunday, I wanted just to kind of go say goodbye to him. And when I get there, the guy locks the room and says, man, we need to do business. And I had no interest.
Right.
I was making good money in IT.
So you were good.
I was like, I'm good. Just make my suits look good.
So how did you get from not having an interest, right, to, I think when I first met you, I saw the picture with you with your tape around the neck and Barack Obama.
So
because
this guy convinced me. He was a godsend because he saw something in me. And one thing I think in life we don't really evaluate or appreciate when people see better in you
than you see in
yourself.
Okay.
And that guy saw in me like, he's like, man, like, you're going to be wonderful in this. And I didn't see it, but he kept beating me and he would not let me say no. So eventually I just decided to say, okay, you know what? I said yes to him so he would just leave me alone. And let me out of his hotel room so I can go back home. Right? And then about sometime later, the guy sent me some fabric samples, catalogs. I took it to one of my friends, Al Flowers. This guy is the funniest. The story is this, right? I go give this guy some catalogs and say, hey, man, you missed my man. This is what he had. He showed some. I sent a message to the guy in Thailand, like, hey, this guy wants some suits. He comes back and says, oh, Mr. Kwab, it's no problem. Can you just complete this little form for me? I just need some information for him. And it was a measurement form. So I was like, okay, no problem. I just took whatever, gave it, boom. He made the suit. He sent it to my friend. my friend gets the suit, and the sleeves are like here. Yeah, because I never knew how to measure. No one told me like, oh, you know, it was just pictures. Pictures.
That wasn't your profession.
It wasn't nothing. I didn't even put much energy into thinking about it. You know, so the suit is ill-fitting, and my friend, of course, looking at me like, man, you a dummy. And my ego was like, oh man, I can't have this guy look at me like I'm this imbecile.
Right.
So I took it to a lady, Miss Lee, in Georgetown.
Miss Lee in Georgetown. Boy, Georgetown. All y'all people in D.C. know about Georgetown. There's a whole bunch of Miss Lees in Georgetown.
Miss Lee saved me. So Miss Lee fixes this suit. Okay. Right? So it's a nightmare. This is an experience. I don't want nothing. I'm like, this is the business. I don't want to do with this ever again. I give him a suit. I'm just happy that it's done with. About a week later, this guy calls me. Hey, Kwa. Yeah, man, I wore your suit today, and my heart just dropped. Because I'm wondering he's going to tell me, like, what, man? It's ill-fitting. The pants is too short. Right. Because all this guy's done is complain since I've given him this. But
Miss Lee hooked you up.
Miss Lee hooked me up.
So he wore the suit.
He wore the suit and says, man, I got so many compliments today from everybody at my job. I was like, really? He goes, my boss is right. He wants to talk to you. Boom. Puts the boss on the phone. I didn't even think about it. The boss goes on the phone, goes, hey, man, you made this suit? All of a sudden, I'm like, yeah, I made that suit. What's up? Want some? He was like, yeah, man, come on over. I went over. He put an order in, and then it just started growing. It just started going like that.
So you were a successful businessman in D.C.
Yeah, right? I was doing computer.
You was doing good. You had your Ashanti land. You had one store. I believe you opened up another store. Let's now fast forward a little bit, right? You're making good money.
Yeah.
You selling suits.
Yes.
Because American suits can be expensive.
And Americans wear suits.
Right, and Americans wear suits. So what makes you decide to leave that and come back to Ghana after, what, 30 years? After 35?
So
what brings you back to Ghana?
My first trip was 2005.
Okay.
So I have been basically in the States for almost 25 years straight. And when it came because my mom basically kept calling us sellouts. You know, she felt like, you know what, you went to America and you forgot your country, you're a bunch of sellout. And one of the things that actually was going on well was President Kufuor was in office, and he did a lot of, spent a lot of energy in remarketing Ghana.
Okay.
Trying to connect with the Ghanaians in the diaspora to let them know, hey, it's okay to come back home. And so my parents were one of the ones who saw that.
And
so they started coming back, and were coming back telling us, Ghana's this, Ghana's that, you're a bunch of sellouts. So one day we decided,
you, your brothers and sisters.
Me and my brother and sister. So we decided, you know what, let's take one trip and shut this old lady up. So we planned 17 days. We're going to come and we're going to shut up and we'll never go back. That was it. By the end of the 17 days, all of us were like, yo, we got to figure out how to live here.
Wow.
We have got to figure out how to do business here.
Let me stop you right here. Being from Ghana, went back to the States, came back to Ghana. How many other countries in Africa have you visited since then?
In Africa, South Africa, Zim.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. South Africa and Zimbabwe.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a small break, and when we come back, we're going to introduce Kwab to Africa in 60 seconds. Let's see how well he does. We'll be right back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkagroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkagroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. And we're back here on Diaspora Link exclusively on GhanaWeb.com with our guest, Mr. Kwabena Asomwa. And as promised, Africa in 60. So Kwab, it's really, really simple.
Okay.
You have 60 seconds. We're going to start the clock. Is the clock started? Is our clock started, please? Yes, our clock is started. In 60 seconds, you need to name as many African countries as you can.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Wait. Are we ready? Can I get a countdown? 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Egypt.
Tanzania.
Morocco. Mali. Burkina. Senegal. Sierra Leone. Gambia. Mozambique. Madagascar. Zimbabwe. Ethiopia. Eritrea. Congo. Sudan. Cameroon. Equatorial Guinea. South Africa.
Nice. You didn't say the country we're in.
Ghana, Mali, Nigeria. I'm forgetting the ECOWAS countries. I'm going over. Gabon. So I said Sierra Leone.
Yes.
I said Sierra Leone already. Burkina, I've said.
Yes.
Cameroon.
Yes.
Seychelles.
Okay. There's some more in the south. There's some more in the north.
Yeah. Let me think.
How much time we have? Okay, 10 seconds.
10 seconds. I already said Gambia. I keep going to the east.
Okay, let's go east. What's next to Tanzania?
Tanzania is
okay.
Algeria.
Done. Okay. No, Algeria. We'll count Algeria. Okay. So you had about a little over 20.
Okay.
A little over 20.
Okay.
So there are 54 African countries.
Yes.
But don't worry, we've yet to have a guest to do all 54. So you're still in good standing. And it's not that's not something that most people think about every day.
No. 54 nations is a lot to remember.
So I'm glad we caught you by surprise. All right, so that's just a little something that we do to mix it up. So now you've come back to Ghana. You and your siblings have decided to come back to Ghana. Yeah. I want to kind of get into what made you decide that we need to figure out how to live here. Like, what was it about Ghana that had you figuring that out that time?
We saw the American dream.
So you saw the American dream in Ghana.
We saw the American dream, and we saw affordability.
Break that down to me. How did you find the American dream in Ghana?
I mean, typically the American dream is simple. White picket fence, you know what I'm saying, your house, nice law, and a nice revenue stream.
Okay.
But what you don't really realize in the underbelly of that American dream is a thing called credit, right? So your ability to enjoy the American dream is directly related to your ability to obtain or control or manage credit. Has really nothing to do with how much money you're making.
Right.
You see. So when we came to Ghana, we saw the American dream. We saw nice houses. We saw nice cars. I saw beautiful people. I went to nice places. So now it became affordability. And then when we looked at the marketplace, we saw so much opportunity that affordability was realistic. And we weren't working on credit. You know, whereas in America, I couldn't necessarily do certain things in my business unless I had $100,000 of disposable money to use. I could do something here with $10,000.
Right.
And I could take $10,000 and make it $100,000 much faster than I could take $10,000 and make it $30,000 in America.
In the U.S. Okay.
You see, so for me, there came a point where I just said to myself, I projected my 5-year plan.
Okay.
In terms of my business, where I was at. And I said, you know, if I went to Ghana
and I put the same 5 years in, I believe at the end of that 5 years, I'm going to have a better lifestyle than I would
in
the
America.
US. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, truth to the matter is, by my 5th year, I wasn't there. But I saw it. I already saw, okay, the foundation was there. It took about 7 years to reach.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Where I felt that, okay, I'm living as good as I was in the States. But there were intangible victories in those 5 years that couldn't be compared to in the States.
Okay.
Like, for instance, the ability to have more workers. Right?
Okay.
So in the States, I could maybe afford maybe 1, or if I'm lucky, 2 workers.
Gotcha.
But here, I had a staff, 7, 8 people. So you know what that gave me back was time.
Right.
And that was probably the biggest element, because now that I had time, I could move in other arenas that in America I was anchored.
You wouldn't be able to.
Exactly.
So, you know, there are a lot of people a lot of Ghanaians who move abroad and don't come back.
Yeah.
Right? There are a lot of people who, you know what, for whatever reason, they find it better. They find it better in the U.S. What would you like? I
think one of the problems is this. Most of us have not climbed up that socioeconomic structure in America. So we're still there thinking that as I go up to higher levels in my future, things will change. When I made $10,000 a year, I had problems that were associated with my race. I couldn't get into certain places. So I thought when I made 100 grand, those things would change. Then I made 100 grand, I realized there were still places I couldn't get in. Right? And then I said, okay, well, wait a minute. What's the next thing? The American thing was, well, I made 100 grand, I have a good job, I have a good education, so why is it that I can't enter these avenues or places? So I said, oh, go become a business owner. So then I did that. I became a business owner. And I became a debt-free business owner. I became a millionaire business owner. And guess what? I still had those problems. You see? So I think a lot of people have not climbed all the way up there to realize, and so to be dejected and to realize, like, wait a minute, it doesn't change. So there's still this clinging on of hope.
Right.
That, hey, you know what? If I make 100 grand, it will change. Okay, 100 grand didn't do. Okay, let's go to 200. And then you keep trying to keep.
But there's still something that you can't get to. Like
when I made $1 million business and I have debt free, and I still couldn't get a simple $100,000 credit line or loan without interest rates that didn't make sense. Without knowing that you're trying to take over my business because you're putting me in a loan rate that you know is going to work against me. But yeah, there's another entity here who has gone bankrupt, has filed for bankruptcy, his credit is terrible, but because of the nature of his disposition or his skin or his class, he can get it and I can't.
Right.
I'm saying that to me was the ultimate rejection from America for me. Because I did everything I'm supposed to do in America. I went to school, I graduated engineering in 3.5 years, I graduated cum laude, I worked for NASA, I worked for the federal government.
You did everything right.
I did everything you told me to do, but guess what? You didn't do what you were supposed to do to me. And so I realized right then and there, one of us is being lied to. Now, insanity is doing what you did last year and expecting something different.
Right.
So I already knew what I was doing last year and what I was going to get. So when it became a comparison of 5 years, like, you know what, let me go to Ghana for 5 years and see.
And see what happens.
What do I have to lose?
And that 5 years turned into?
Well, we're in almost 10 now?
Right.
10 and permanent.
10 and permanent. So permanent, you're not interested in going back to America.
There's nothing America has for me. I mean, other than it is a commercial business place.
Okay.
So other than going back for business meetings and things like that, nah, I'm kind of good.
So the year of return just happened,
yes.
Right? You've met, a lot of various diasporans who
Absolutely.
are moving. How do you feel about being a Ghanaian who went to America and came back? How do you feel about the diasporans who are now moving, who are coming to Ghana to settle, looking for that same American dream that you found?
It's very necessary.
Okay.
Because we have to understand, China's been here. All these foreign countries have been here for decades.
Right.
And look at our people still. Look at where our education is. Look where our health is. Look where our economic value is. Look at the average Ghanaian's buying power. When I came in 2005, the buying power of the Ghanaian who made 1,000 cities is the same buying power of that person today. Even though that 1,000 cities has now been inflated because of exchange to a huge number. But his buying power hasn't changed. And I think people don't understand,
the diaspora, the African American diaspora. And I'm going to say some of the
because we have African American, we got Caribbean American, we got Canadian, we got
American,
Black Canadian,
we got
UK,
European
we got
Americans.
European Black American.
But the African American is an anomaly in the system.
Okay.
Okay, the African American has the one thing that no other African collective group of Black Africans in the whole world can say.
What's that?
He was given civil rights by law. Europe never had a civil rights movement for Africans.
Okay.
Canada never had it. Mexico. No other place has ever given African Americans or Africans outside of our own country rights legally that says, hey, you can legally be compensated for being treated less.
So some people would say, well, what good is civil rights? What good is having that?
Well, what it did was it opened.
If you still could get shot in America, right?
Oh,
if you
absolutely.
still can get.
You can get shot. Bullets doesn't care about civil rights. But what it did was it opened opportunities that we couldn't get before. Now, what we do with that opportunity is the question. For instance, we didn't have schools that would allow us in, so we created HBCUs. Okay. Then we couldn't get scholarships. But civil rights came and said, well, wait a minute. If you're going to give money to this white school, you must give something to the black school. So now, maybe a student who couldn't get into school and get an education now has that opportunity. That education that kid got because of civil rights movement, he now has the opportunity to bring that knowledge here.
So how? Okay.
And make it a knowledge transfer. So it is a continuation of that movement. What we have to do now is direct it back to here. And I believe the year of return, those type programs, Beyond the Return, has opened the eyes of those individuals who benefited from this course to say, let's redirect it back here.
Back here. So you feel like the year of return was a good thing, and diasporans coming, specifically
I think the year
Black
of return
Americans,
was an eye-opener for Ghanaians.
Specifically African Americans. You feel like it's important for African Americans to come here. You feel like
Absolutely.
It will benefit the country.
I believe that it is a win-win. It's a very necessary one. Look, the money that's been coming to Ghana from China and all these countries are just economic money. We know what they're not bringing?
What?
They're not bringing any soul. They're not bringing any relationship because they have no relationship. If I'm Chinese, I have no relationship with you Africans. So I'm here to do my business and I'm leaving.
Right.
The African American has a relationship with you. And it may have been disconnected, it may have been lost, or may have been even improperly taught.
Right.
But when he touches this continent, his consciousness automatically says, this is where I am.
So let me ask you this. You hear a lot about Ghana, right? Nowadays in the news. And being here on the ground, I hear a lot from diasporans, right? Sometimes people complain a lot about what's not right in Ghana and what needs to change in Ghana. What do you say to diasporans who come here and who have those complaints?
Don't complain. It's an opportunity.
Okay.
See, right now you can come to Ghana and you say, hey man, look at these gutters. They're open. This is disgusting. This is terrible. You can't complain about it. I live in front of open gutter. But what I also know is this. There's a person right there, right now in the States with a construction company that has the know-it-all to be able to cover that gutter, who could come here right now, come knock on my gate and say, hey boss, you see this gutter here? The Ghana government is not going to do this for the next 20 years. Mosquitoes are tearing you up. Diseases are here. I can cover this thing for you for $1,000. Boom. He go knock on this next door. That's another $1,000. Boom. That's another $1,000. You can complain all you want, but somebody's gonna come in and do 50 of these homes and collect $50,000 while you over there complaining. That's what I'm saying is we are a developing country. Whatever you see that is missing, that's a complaint. It's not a complaint. It's an opportunity for you to take, or you can complain to somebody else takes that opportunity.
So, what are some of the things that you think the Ghanaian government should do? Should change or to put in place to make this transition simpler or easier for people who want to come over here?
I think they're doing some of that. I think the year of Beyond the Return, some of the initiatives that they are doing is going towards that route. Okay. For instance, we're now trying to put in citizenship in relation to the amount of investment you're bringing into the country. Right now, we can't set the investment so high that African Americans can't partake. That's where I'm saying, but it is a great concept because if I'm coming here and I'm bringing $50,000 worth of computers and equipment to set up a business, I should be able to get citizenship because I'm not coming here just for 3 months.
Right.
I'm not coming here just for a visa monetary moment. I've invested 50 grand. So that's a lot of money.
Right.
You see, so those type of incentives are helping. Things that will allow the African American to be able to make the transition here without having to go through so much. Some of the policies we have are outdated. Why are we still doing yellow fever? Nobody else is caring about yellow fever. You know what I'm saying? Or even yet, be recognizable that, you know what, a yellow fever shot in America costs $300. So why don't we just have a yellow fever at the airport that's only 10 cities like everybody else?
Right.
You see where I'm coming from? These are the things that we can do to say, hey, we want you here. Now, this is what I think the year return did. I think for the first time, the Ghana, especially the policymakers of Ghana, saw the economic impact of the African American race. I think for the first time they realized our people got money. You know what I'm saying? And because we have always thought that money is coming from China, it's coming from all these
Europe,
other countries.
But not the African American.
Even the money that they are getting from America, they didn't realize it's being on the back of us. And I think for the first time, the year return was like, wow, how much did these people do? And what's the percentage? A small fraction. Imagine if this went from 2% to 10%.
Right.
The amount of economic power. But the difference is the African American isn't just coming just to throw money here. He's coming to invest. See, he's coming in to want to build schools because he's looking at it and saying, you know what?
Because of that relationship that you mentioned earlier. Because of that relationship and that connection.
Yeah, absolutely. It's symbiotic and we need to grow it. We need to understand that, you know what the African American has achieved here, we must get here and build upon it. Because he's the only one that cares enough to share what he's got.
His knowledge, his skills.
Everybody else is going to hold it to their chest. There's a reason why when you give a China company a contract, they bring their Chinese people to do the work. It's not because they can't get people here.
Right.
It's because they don't want that knowledge transfer given to you.
Right. Right.
I'm saying,
you dropping.
So we need our people to come here and realize, hey, if you're an African American, you listening to me, understand something. You have experience and knowledge
that's valuable.
That's valuable. That's a commodity. If I'm an accountant in America, that's 1,000 CPAs in the Washington D.C. area. That's 1,000 of them. So what's the big deal?
Right.
But you can come here and be one of 10 CPAs. You can come in here now and give us policies that have yet
and
to
train and work with other people.
Absolutely.
Let me ask you one more question because we're running out of time here. What piece of advice, if you could give one or two pieces of advice to African Americans who are coming here to start a new life and to Ghanaians who are here looking to, see how they can work with African Americans. One piece of advice for Africans and African Americans in the diaspora coming to Ghana, and one piece of advice for Ghanaians.
Okay. If I'm coming to from the U.S. to Ghana, my advice would be, understand, there goes I, but for the grace of God.
Say it again.
There goes I, but for the grace of God.
Okay.
Meaning, when you see a Ghanaian and you think there's a disparity, because you're coming from an economic disparity, but understand, it's the grace of God that has given you that opportunity. Now, the parable of the talents is going to be, are you going to use that opportunity to help grow our people? I'm saying, if not, that talent that you have has been wasted.
It's no use. And then what's your piece of advice for Ghanaians who might be working with or seeing African Americans come in?
Do not be afraid of change. I'm saying, because in everything, success must come change. If we're not willing to change, what we have is what we got. And what we have right now is not cutting it. The Ghanaian is suffering. I'm saying, and you have been constantly have your hand out to all of these other countries and races since 1956. And look what you got. So
now might be time to
now may be the time to say, you know what? Let me look at my cousins and not be so scared of the change that they are trying to bring. Because the change they are trying to bring is going to be radical to what you already been experiencing.
Right.
But you need radical. If not radical, you're going to have what you already got, which is substandard. We know it. We all are living it. We're not happy. You know what I'm saying? So if we don't connect with our cousins and start taking away the raw knowledge that they have, we don't have to pay for that.
Bring it over here.
And bring it over here.
Okay.
That knowledge transfer is free, and we must take it. You take someone like me who's in fashion. I don't sew. There's 1,000 people right now who would sew on a machine better than me. But what I do know is how an internationally standard garment should be made. So that when it goes to outside of Ghana, they will pay for it because they will say, oh, this looks like it's polo, so I'm going to pay the polo price.
Right.
You see where I'm coming from?
Got you.
That's my knowledge transfer because I spent 35 years. I've seen their product every day. So it's in my head. You who have lived here in Ghana who are sewing every day, you've not seen that product. So you can't fill that void. So I've come here to fill that void. And if you're not scared of change, we can all eat.
But it takes the knowledge that you have and the skill set that they have on the ground.
And that's the marriage of the two. Perfect. Let's bring the knowledge and let's take the skill set here and bring it together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you so much for tuning in again to Diaspora Link for another wonderful episode. We want to thank our guest, Mr. Kwabena Asomwa from Custom Looks Clothier. Yes, I would like to say that whenever you see me in a very nice tuxedo, it comes from Custom Looks as well as some other clothes. So I'm a testament to the fact that they know exactly what to do and make the fit right. So Kwab, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much for coming and being here on Diaspora Link. I appreciate you.
And that's a nice bracelet you have there.
Thank you. I'll tell you something about it when we get off air.
Absolutely.
You're doing great things around the world.
Thank you all for joining us again for another episode of Diaspora Link here exclusively on GhanaWeb.com. As we end all of our shows with some ancestral wisdom, we'll do the same today. Today's proverb is, when two elephants fight, it is only the grass that gets hurt. Let's think about that. Let's make sure that we're using all of our powers and our strengths to build each other up, not to tear each other down. Thanks again for joining us this week on Diaspora Link, and we'll see you next episode. Peace.
I'm seated with Afrofusion and dancehall artist Adi Self, a former member of the Shatter Movement militant. We'll talk more about his musical career and what it takes to survive in the Ghana music industry. I am Paula Amabruni. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Today I have with me a dancehall, Afrofusion, some say you do rap, Adi Self. Welcome to Talkatainment.
Thank you, Paula.
Good to have you. Some mention your name, Adisef, Adisef. For a moment, I thought it was Adisef until I checked the spelling, Adisef.
I really hate it when people say Adisef. Like, it doesn't have a meaning, you see. When it's Adisef, when you say Adisef, it means addicted to myself, you understand?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I just had to abbreviate it so that people can be able to mention it. And I find Ghanaians Adisef, Adisef.
Can you imagine?
Try to put the L for the Adisef, you know, so that it will be more meaningful.
Yeah, so let's do well and address our musician as Adi Self, addicted to myself. That's it.
Yeah.
Great. So we're going to talk music, journey in the industry, how you're surviving, the impact. There's a lot about you that I really wish that we'll delve more into it as an education and also.
Yeah, you can swim into it. You can swim. Yeah.
We're ready for it.
Oh yeah, fully. I'm always ready.
Let's get started, but we'll save the violence for later.
Yeah.
I know you're working on a new EP, and one of the singles that you said is going to be released in some few days.
Yeah,
Loyalty.
On the 9th, yeah.
So what inspired that?
Well, what inspired that is you know, me feeling like I give in loyalty and love and not receiving that back, you know, from my friends and, you know, most of my colleagues that I move with. So I just feel like putting it into my music and then let people, because I believe people also relate to that.
You just made mention of the loyalty and the dedication you give to people, but it's not reciprocated.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you feel about such situation?
Well, sometimes I feel bad about it, but you can't blame people for how they live. You understand? Everybody and how God created them. So sometimes I just put my feelings into music. I don't have to, really, what would I say? Maybe I don't want to say I would put my blames on them. So I just have to, put my feelings in music and then put it out in music and also educate other people, because I believe people are also feeling like that sometimes.
Talk of putting whatever you feel in music. You are one person, and when I look you up, I didn't really get controversy like you button someone or you do it. Well, how have you kept that brand? How have you kept that vibe? Because everybody thinks a Rasta and they're going to do something, but
everybody thinks that's all artists there. Yeah, well, that's my brand. I'm way different, I just want to be different. Like how I sound is different, so how I also live is different. So the industry, everybody has a lane where they follow. So I believe my lane is just doing the music and making the art talk for me. You understand?
You're doing great. You let the music do the talking.
Exactly.
Do you love beef, or you think it's not a thing you want to do?
Oh, I love it so much, but I just want to do it at the right time, And then the person who is, worth it. Yeah, you get me?
Right. So who you gonna keep battle? Like, they target people. They target like someone that that you can.
Yeah. Anybody that step on my toes, I'll beat him. I'll beat him first before I battle it.
Less violence, we beg. Less violence. Now, I follow you on social media, and I've seen the number of tours that you've done. One video that really excites me is how senior high school students they sing your song back to back, word for word. How did you tap into that market? Well,
shout out to my senior high students. I really love them so much because I believe their energy is different, and they are really supporting. Because myself, I always look at my catalog and I look at people that follow me, and I feel like I have the younger generations more. So it was a great vibe, and we just decided and started the self-love school tour, and I went to a couple of schools, and it was a great vibe. Like, it was crazy.
So would you say that you are a new youth president?
Yeah. Well, some people call me the youth president because I am the one who always try to speak out for the youth, and especially the Zongos where I'm coming from. I try to speak out of stuff that I see around me and make sure that people hear it, and also try to take in consideration to make things great. So yeah. So
which school gave you the craziest vibe? I've seen that you did the SHS tour.
Which one gave me craziest vibe? Is it Bileo?
Akraka boys.
Akraka.
Okay.
Akraka was crazy. Like, it was crazy, but this place too, Accra Polytechnic. Accra Polytechnic.
Okay.
Was also crazy. Like, it was, they just love the vibe. They love myself and whatever I'm bringing to the table. So I just really appreciate them. I would love to continue, giving them more entertainment and education and everything around music.
Okay, great. In July, you made a post on Instagram talking about you're going to have a meet and greet session. How far with that?
Yeah, I did it. I did a meet and greet, and it was a great one because I think I saw a couple of people, share it out. I did it first in my hood, that's where I'm coming from.
Your hood, Mamobi.
Yeah, Mamobi.
Shout out to Mamobi.
Shout out to Mamobi. I don't know, the Mobi boy is here, right, for support the team.
Support the movement.
So it was a great vibe. Most of the time, people on social media, not everybody really engages. Like, they comment and everything, but they don't really show face when it comes to, some stuff. But I really had to. It was a short notice, right? We put it together, and the fans came out.
Okay, so was it free or you charged those?
No, it was free,
Because I know some personalities charge for meet and greet.
Yeah, but my meet and greet, I don't charge because I love my fans so much that I feel like all the time they comment on my stuff, they didn't get to see me. So when they see me, I just give them a chance to take pictures and ask questions and stuff like that. So it's a free thing.
On the back of the SHS tour, which senior high school did you attend? Education level? Education level,
I went to Danak Senior High. It's a private school.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I completed, and I couldn't continue due to financial problems those days. So yeah.
Okay, great. When I was in, simple and short, I'll put it to you. You're a ladies' man. It's not news to you, right?
Oh, it's news to me. I just said it from GhanaWeb, Paulina. You're not telling me.
You never knew. You never heard.
Well, I have a song, Girl Them Daddy, on my album. Last year, I dropped my album, Zongo to BBC, which also really did great. And, I have that kind of vibe, so I just did a song, Girl Them Daddy.
Girl Them Daddy.
Yeah, some of them just love my company, some of them just love my money. Something like that, So, girls are just girls, They love the music and the lifestyle, so.
Girl Them Daddy. How many kids you got?
I got 2.
2 kids?
1 boy, 1 girl.
You married?
Yeah, fully. I'm taken.
Taken?
Yeah.
Charlie, they know in the corrections.
Yeah, but I'll let them know, you understand.
So what do you do for fun? Your leisure time, what do you love to do?
Taking care of the kids and, taking them to playgrounds and recordings. That's all I do.
Recording?
Yeah.
Are you a girl dad? I don't know if your kids, which sex?
1
gender?
boy, 1 girl.
1 boy.
Yeah.
So do you take, because someone would say daddy is a busy man, he's always in the studio. Do you cook for them? How do you bond? I put you on the spot. This one if you lie, your wife will watch out.
I do a lot of stuff, you understand me? I do a lot of stuff. Talking about when they wake up in the night. Some kids wake up in the middle of the night. I do wake up and change them and do all those kind of stuff, so you see me. So I do a lot, try to cook for them sometimes.
Cook for them, which meal is that?
Talia, spaghetti.
You try, you pause.
You
pause, give me the credit. I see. But you seem like a very nice person.
Well,
I like your energy, I like your vibe.
Thank you very much.
What gets on your nerve? What would you say that this is a no for me? This is what I do not tolerate.
Well, I don't tolerate disrespect and intimidation,
Okay, disrespect and intimidation.
Yeah, man.
Okay, all right. Adisef.
Paulina.
How rich is Adisef?
Oh, rich as F.
Because we know that, some land is Legon are there, you have properties scattered here and there. That's what I heard. Went on the street that Adisef, you get the blog day inside.
Oh, if somebody say Edio, that means something day.
Something day.
Maybe say big thing, be something.
Something day.
We're just still trying to survive, With these days, YouTube getting to pay us a little
YouTube,
bit of money.
we dey talk money, what I dey talk is how much we that.
Yeah, and also, with my album Zongo to BBC last year, I made a lot of money with that because people really purchased it, and it came on number 4 on world chart, and also number 1 in Ghana for almost 6 weeks. So and if they don't purchase your album, you ain't gonna get to that level. So it's all about people also patronizing what I do.
So the album was titled Zongo to the BBC.
Zongo to BBC.
Do check it out if you haven't.
Yeah, Zongo to BBC. You have to check it out. I dropped it last year and still doing great. I don't know. Your boy is here.
All right. So I want to ask you, is music in Ghana lucrative? Do you make money out of it?
Well, not really, but yeah, if you really know how to strategize yourself and your brand, you're gonna make your own money. Because I believe in this industry, everybody has to have his own office and try to run it, because it's not easy. You understand? So when I say having your own office to run it, like making sure that you have your own YouTube, because most artists out there push their songs on other people's YouTube.
Yeah, like the management.
Their management or their team. I've been through that and I know how it feels. You get me? So I feel like you having your own YouTube page, seeing how you grow, and making sure that you put things right when you have stuff to do. Yeah, I just feel like when you do your own office, you will feel run out.
So money did the YouTube then?
Oh yeah, money did the YouTube and also Apple Music and streaming platforms. Because right now I give Apple Music my project, for myself, and they will sell it and they will take whatever percentage and they will give me the rest.
Okay.
So it's also a good business, and also sometimes man gets shows here and there, and it's also bringing some cash in. So we're still trying to survive until God give us that big break.
Energy.
We will give us that big money that you people think say
we get. Then we go here.
Then you go here.
We go here. Yeah. Energy, I feel that.
Yeah.
Now, celebrities, artists flaunting their wealth on social media. Do you think it's bogus, or we should just let them live their life? Once you got it, you flaunt it.
Well, most of them are living a fake life. I would say with no apology. Yeah, and most of them flaunt. When you have it, you just have to live with it. But most of them flaunt it, and next 2 days, go see them with it, and you get me, those kind of vibe. You see some artists in the house, say, this is my house, da. The next 2 years, they the house, they another house inside. You see your house where you don't go feel live inside for long. You understand? Some of them rent and lie to the people, but we just have to keep it real, because I believe in keeping it real, because I came from nothing, from the Zongos, trying to come up doing my own music until I met Shatter Movement on Facebook. They signed me to their label. We did Taking Over, Thunderfire, a couple of songs, and I left Shatter Movement. And I believe it's just growth. And I want us to just keep everything real to the next generation, so that they will know that, if you are venturing in music, it's not an easy task, but you can do it when you are really focused. You get me? So yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Great. Now, talk of, just because you make mention of the Shatter Movement, Self Nation, SM Movement.
Yeah, Self Nation, Shatter Movement,
Shatter
Alliance.
Movement, Alliance. What's the correlation?
Well, it was a great relationship until I was signed on that label. Because when I met Shatter Movement first, it was like a brother and sister relationship kind of thing. Because we met on Facebook, and we met in real life, started trying to work things out like a family, until we did a whole lot of singles together until,
What was your favorite single?
Oh, we have Ghetto Star out there, and Ghetto Star is a great one featuring Shatta Wale. That was one of my first singles I recorded with him. So from there, we had a chance to record Taking Over. And Taking Over,
we the slogan. That song was a job.
Yes, especially my verse. Me, I no one talk anything. Money
they call me for my bread.
Yamba kinchiki yadi. Nasa yenzu kumbani. This time me I do the party. I deserve. We taking over. It
was fun. It was fun.
It was great. It was a great vibe and a learning process for me when I was in the movement. So after Taking Over, Shatter Movement actually decided to sign me, even though I have my own Self Nation record label I'm doing, and they decided to sign me on the label. So I had to join Shatter Movement as an SM militant. You get me? That's how I joined Shatter Movement as a militant. So we worked together until, we signed a contract for 3 years, and the contract time catch, and Adiself has to move on.
Great. On the back of Adiself moving on after the contract time catch, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Talkotainment continues. Well, back from that quick break, I'm seated with Adiself, one of my favorite dancehall Afrofusion musician. We've talked a lot, right from his career to his relationship with Shatta Wale. Now, Adiself, how has life been following your exit from Shatter's camp as a militant? How has it been so far?
Well, it has been a great one, I would say bittersweet. You get me? From you getting to have everything you want. Well, let's talking about, going to shows and the fans are already packed. You get me? I just have to jump on stage and to, creating my own shows and trying to put everybody together. It's not an easy task. It's not gonna be easy, but Adiself is doing it. It was a great one and a great experience for me, because I believe in life you need to face growth. You have to grow up no matter what. You can't live with your parents forever. Even Paulina, you where you be, woman self, you at some point your man will come marry you. So you have to leave home. And I feel like it was time for me to leave home and grow up and do what I'm supposed to do.
So what informed that decision?
Well,
when did you have that wake-up call?
Well, it was about, as I said, the contract. You understand? The contract ended, and there was no understanding on, continuing or something like that. There was little brouhaha and misunderstanding. As everybody saw, Shatta came out talking a whole lot of stuff. So I just felt like it's just the right time. Destiny has to tell herself, you got to stand up and do it for yourself.
So how did you feel with the whole comments about the SM militant and all that? Did you feel pain? Do you feel like after giving your loyalty, this is like, how best you can describe us? And
Yeah. Of course, I felt bad. I'm a human being. I had feelings. So I felt really bad and disappointed how it came out. Because if I have to live there, it could be a simple press release. And then the fans and everybody will know that Adiself is no more with Shatter Movement. But it was in a harsh way and it was like crazy. But I had to be strong within myself and tell my fans that, yo, let's pick up the pieces. And so many Shatter Movement fans still love me and they're following the thing, and it keeps me growing, you know.
Did you live with some of his lawyers?
Of course, a lot of people followed me, you know, a lot of people. We share the movement.
Chimpe. I feel that.
Yeah.
I feel that. One thing I realized is that I've seen some former members of the militants come out to badmouth him, like real level allegations against him, but none has really been seen of you.
Yeah.
Why is it so?
Well, because, you know, I'm a grateful youth, you know, I'm a very trying youth coming up, and I appreciate every little thing somebody do for me. I'll just outlook the bad and focus on the good. You get me? I feel like, you know, Shatter Movement has tried for me in a way, because, you know, talking about my experiences in the industry and also all the big songs I was on and all that, I don't have to overlook that and you know, badmouth them or something. I just feel like I have to be grateful and move on, and that's how I self is.
Great. So 2 years ago you released a song, Grateful Letter to Shatta Wale.
Yeah.
Now 2022, do you still feel the same?
Well, I've been grateful, and it's been 2 years, as you said. So as I left there, you know, most people, when they have issues, they will come out. Me being a dancehall artist, they thought it would be a diss song and all that, but I just gave them a different side of me, that, yo, I deserve is a grateful youth, because, you know, through Shatta Wale and Shatter Movement, I was able to go to London, and we did a couple of tours there, and I had to go to BBC, and it gave me the experience to do my album. You get me? So I'm very grateful for that. I don't have to see things as in a bad way always. I just feel like it's time for me to move on. Whatever he says, I know how he is, so I don't have to take it too
How
hard.
is he?
He's always coming out and saying things, saying his mind, you get me? So I just feel like that's how, you know, my mentor is. So I just have to see him like that.
Just focus on the positive side.
Yeah, focus on the positive side, because talking about on the real, you know, I learned a lot from him, talking about, you know, how to market stuff, how to move as a businessman in the industry.
Shatta is always talking about business. We don't know the music business.
Yeah.
So would you say that he's one man who knows the business?
Yeah,
even though people don't really understand.
Yeah, he knows the business, and, you know, show business is not everybody that understands it, because, you know, the business side of it is whatever you do out there, because you have people following you. Whatever you do out there it be content, and our content is king. And if you put your content on YouTube, you have the right for your stuff. You'll be making money. So I think he knows that part of it, and I also learned a lot from there.
Okay.
You get me? So
great.
Yeah, I just would tell every youth that they should be grateful no matter what in their life, because every little thing you have, you should just be grateful of it. Because I myself is very, very grateful in life. No matter what happens in my life, I just look at the positive side and feel like I can do better.
You can do better.
Yeah.
Has there been any regrets since your exit?
No, I don't regret, because I believe it's part of growth. I have to grow up, no matter what. You for do one for yourself, nobody go feel, you know, do it for you fully. Somebody can help you and give you a transport to this place, and you have to find the other transport and move on. That's life, you understand?
Great. Now, talk of music, your association with Shatta Wale, dancehall musician. Would you say that in the process, did any artist or producer, presenter, whoever, agreed to not to work with you or associate with you just because of maybe a beef they have with Shatta Wale? Because some people say he's outspoken and all that. So once you are in his camp, some people who are not close to him, once you want to maybe record a song, shoot a video, whatever it is, they're gonna. Have you ever experienced anything like that?
Yeah, I experienced so much of that. You get
really?
Yeah, so much of that. You know, especially, you know, when I was out there in Shatter Movement, I was like they are defending champion. You get me? I've had a whole lot of, you know, instant that I go after people whenever they come after Shatter Movement. You know,
that's the loyalty thing.
That's the loyalty.
Why do people there like that?
No, it's not like that.
See, when you talk about Shatta, the militants will come for you. It's not like that. His fan base will come for you.
When I'm in love with something, I serve fully. I was there to serve. You understand? And every king has served before. You have to serve. So it's just part of my loyalty to the movement at that time. So I went like me and so many artists, like some of the big artists. When they have issues with Shatta, I'm the one who come out and talk and always try to address the issues, because sometimes he's also right, because when you are in his shoes and some of the stuff he does is right. You get me? Because it's easy being an independent artist, taking care of so many things. Sometimes it's very frustrating. You get me?
So we should just accept how Shatta, because you go on social media like there they go again. SM fans, they can no good.
They don't leave me.
Self Nation, you put you are like that.
No, I mean the SM fans. Myself, they don't leave me. As I leave Shatta movement, they see I'm like I was trying to betray or whatever, but I see them like they are not matured enough because they've not been in my shoes to know what I've been through. You are just a fan and watch it. You get me? So I've been. So
what's your message to the Shatta movement who are always at you? Because
I'll tell them they should focus on themselves. Because Charlie, at the end of the day, you got yourself to look up to. No matter what I go on, it be you for do and for yourself. You don't have to watch anybody. So I just would tell them to focus on themselves and leave Adisef alone. Because Adisef, I'm always myself. Done.
Great, I feel that. So please, on the back of, because I've seen it. When you left, I saw the whole reaction, and then the back. You menaced, you left, then you're backbiting and all that. When you hear your former label mates addressing issues, joints, come talk, back to back. He does this, he did that. He's not loyal. And all that. How do you feel? Do you call them to like, oh, make you slow down, or it's like you add more fire? Oh, you manage to get points, so you hit on. How do you react to such news?
As the fireman or what?
When you say they are loyal, so I just want to know how.
Well, honestly, Joint and Shatta have met them. I came and met them together. You understand? They've worked for over 17 years before I met them. You get me? They are very close friends. So sometimes when Joint is saying his feelings, I don't really want to come into it. You get me? Because me and Shatta relationship are also different than Joint and Shatta. So wherever he feels, I feel like that's how he feels. I can't tell him how he feels or how to react. I react according to me all the time. Yeah.
I can count a number of people or lawyers who used to be in Shatta's camp having to come out to level so much allegations against him. One, he's selfish. Other, he doesn't care about them. During hard times, that's where you really see him turn out against you. It's a lot. What one word would you use to describe Shatta Wale?
Unpredictable. Unpredictable. That's the word. He's unpredictable because, me and him are very close and we have this deep relationship and convo, different kind of convo. Deeper convo, beyond music. But the next thing you see is on live telling me that, you get me? So it's unpredictable.
I get that. But so you, as you stated earlier, you don't take such things to heart.
No. I don't take such things to heart because I'm in Shatta movement to do music, and if there's a point I feel like the music is not really coming out and the music is not, I'm not getting the push I'm supposed to get. I just have to move on and do it for myself because I believe in myself. I'll tell every ghetto youth to believe in themselves, and when you want to do something, don't watch anybody, just do it.
Great. You're doing great for yourself, I must say. Self Nation, the whole energy, the vibes and all that you're doing.
I appreciate
it's been great. So what will it take me to be a Self Nation? How you term it? To be part of the Self
Nation diva. Self Nation diva. Okay, we have one diva here, Paulina.
Yeah.
That now should be playing some 5 for us. You understand? Self Nation, they need defense, so we'll play 5.
I accept that challenge. I go feet play. So now your colors, some say is similar to the whole SM logo thing. Do you see the red? You see the yellow in there?
But SM it be green and something.
Yellow, green.
No, me my own is red, gold, green. I just represent Ghana. You understand me? My own. I just feel like, I have to represent where I come from in everything I do. Like the way I represent the Zongo, and on my flag I try to represent Ghana as well. So it's just positive vibe.
Okay. I see you got a number of tattoos.
Yeah, man.
What's that one there?
Well, it's just, same self,
Self.
I'm me self.
I'm me self.
I'm me
see, there's
self.
1, 2, 2. I can see like.
The one on my chest.
How many tattoos have you got in general?
Well, I got like 10.
10?
Yeah. I've not really counted them, but it's 10.
It's 10, yeah. I feel
this one is Self Nation. The one you see right here is Self Nation. The badge, the crest. The one
it's
you
right
see
here.
Is the yellow
okay.
One. That's it right here because it's on my heart.
How long have you kept your dreads to?
I think 7 years.
7 years.
Yeah. Even though I've been cutting some of it and things. So,
all right.
You like it?
I love men who have dreads on, but then we'll talk about that. Self.
Yeah, we did.
Great. Now let's talk projects. What have you got coming up? Cooking
well,
up?
Right now I have Slam to Hills, because if it's not a story I myself don't really like to tell. You understand me? It's Zongo to BBC, which has done very great on all digital platforms, and I thank my fans and everybody out there who's supporting. And now I'm back with another project, which is just telling another story of my life. Like, from part of my life I was here and now I'm here, so I'm just continuing my journey. So this one, I have 7 songs on it, which is Slam to Hills mixtape, 7 solid songs, which also shows my growth within the music. I have different kind of genres in there. You know, I'm just opening my wings and flying away.
Loyalty is on Slams to Hills.
Yeah,
great.
Loyalty.
I just wait for that one. And you final message to your fans?
That one too, we will come on the 9th of September. Loyalty is gonna be out.
Okay.
And then on the 19th of September, the whole project is gonna be out.
19th.
And it's out now for pre-order. Slam to Hills on Apple Music and all digital platforms. You can go out there and purchase and stream, and also 19th September is my birthday, so you know that's one of the days that I really get social media, you know, love and all that. So that's why I decided to release it on that day, so that when you are wishing me, put the album for there.
Go stream.
Then wish me and stream. If you know, if you give me money, stream my album. It will help me. You understand me? So I just feel like we are doing something positive to help the youth in the music industry. So people should just support.
Self.
Paulina.
I love your personality. I love everything you do.
I respect that.
I wish you the very best. You also got our support, because Ghana, once the music is good, we resonate with the youth.
Respect.
We fly with it.
I appreciate that. Shout out to GhanaWeb for having me. Shout out to my cameraman and everybody, Charlie, for making this possible. Yeah, shout out to my team, Self Nation. Believe in yourself, and we're going to do it, and we're going to get there.
Thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so I did this with Self, a dancer, musician, Afrofusion artist who's doing great for himself, a former member of Shatawale's Militant. It was nice doing this with you on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. See you on the next edition.
ownership of these projects are in categories: government-based projects, private-based institutions, and missions and faith-based institutions. And we also have quasi-government institutions which help in the delivery of health service. In all, we have 337 health institutions in the region. And we also have 6 institutions that provide us with educational projects that gives us the health needs of the educational system in the health sector. The teaching hospitals and the polyclinics, the health centers, the chief's compounds are basically the areas that we will find these health services. We have 278 in all. We also have training institutions that include the Tamale MMTC, the Tamale CHNTS, Ushegu MTC, Yendi College of Health, and the Pandai CHNTS, and the UDS that provides the educational needs of the health sector to train our health persons. The flagship programs and interventions by partners that we are enjoying from in the region also includes JICA Chiefs, USAID, a variety of USAID assisted programs are abound in the region. And we also have the Savannah signatures and other associated related bodies that give us the health needs of our people. It is significant to note that the government flagship program, the Agenda 111, is not left out. The Northern region hasn't been left out in this. And we have a fair share of the Agenda 111 projects that are being undertaken in the region. As you are no doubt aware, the flagship program projects of our government in the health sector is Agenda 111, which was launched on the 17th of August 2021 by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. These projects, when completed, are expected to significantly deepen delivery of health care at the district levels and at all levels, improve access to healthcare services for all citizens, thus ensuring the attainment of the United Nations Goal 3, which talks about good health and well-being. The stark reality is that access to good health facilities in the region has been very poor, to say the least. The current OPD per capita in the region is 0.5, which is far below the national target of 1. It is therefore very welcoming that our region has not been left out in the Agenda 111 projects. It is instructive to note that out of the 16 MMDAs, 8 of them are benefiting from the Agenda 111 projects, and the region will also benefit from a psychiatric hospital that would be located in Tamale. The MMDAs are Sagnarugu, Savulgu, Nantong, Saboba, Mion, Pandai, Nanumba South, and Kumungu, while the psychiatric hospital will be in Tamale. I am happy to announce that works on all 8 Agenda 111 projects are progressing steadily, and when completed, the access to good health facilities and well-being of our people will be very much improved. You have a picture gallery of project sites of these projects that are self-explanatory. You have the Nantong, the Savulgu municipality, Sanarigo, the Wulesi in the Nanumba South district, and Pandai and Sabuba as well. All of these project sites are actively in action now when visited. And besides the Agenda 111, the region on its own have gone into health projects that are being supported by the various agencies, and we have a total of 118 health projects that cuts across all the 16 MMDAs. In Gushegu, for instance, we have a total of 8 projects. Karaga has 7, Pandai 8, Kumungu 7, Myong 4, Nanton 11, Nanumba North 11, Nanumba South 14, Sabuba, and in that order, that all adds up to the total of 118 health projects that have been undertaken across the length and breadth of the northern region. Some of these projects have been completed and awaiting commissioning. Some have already been commissioned and put in good use. And the picture gallery is an explanation of what we are talking about. Some of them are CHIPS compounds, courtesies, nurses' courtesies, some as well as the construction of OPDs and other auxiliary buildings that would help in the healthcare delivery of the region. We have a lot of them that have been completed. About 70% have been completed, and some of them are in use. I think you can scroll so that the pictures would speak for themselves. Aside them, we have very good health indicators also. And aside the provision of these facilities, we have very impressive achievements, infrastructure in this health sector. The region also has a good story to tell when it comes to critical health indicators. These indicators impact on the Human Development Index and the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. The health indicators that for the purpose of this program can be National Health Insurance Authority and other indicators. On the National Health Insurance, it must be noted that the Northeast and Savannah regions were weaned off the Northern region in 2020. It is worth noting that all the figures available from the NHIA and the numbers of core poor people known as indigents being enrolled in the scheme has been raised significantly in the northern region. We all know that the northern region is one of the poor areas in the country. So we shouldn't be surprised to see that the figure for the indigents is a little bit higher as compared to other regions that we are covering. So the table, you look at the table, you would see that all the numbers in red indicates the indigents that have been registered. Those are the core poor people who cannot pay for the basic health insurance premium. The assemblies and other government agencies would always do this on behalf of these people. And that is a manifestation of the improvement of the health services of the people. The northern region, let me just flip through all these figures that you have seen on the table there have sources that are quoted so that we can easily access them from the source that would make it easier for us to refer and make use of the indicators. Let me get to the COVID-19 updates of the northern region. There is no doubt that we have all experienced the devastating effects of COVID-19 in all facets of our lives. Thankfully, due to the prudent measures put in place by our government through the various state institutions, we can confidently say that we are almost out of the woods in the northern region with COVID-19. Just as other parts of the country, our region was not spared with COVID-19. The following tables and graphs tell our story in relation to COVID-19. As usual, the source of it is under the footnotes, and you can see that there have been marked improvements in the figures, and the northern region did very well in the combating of COVID-19 and probably had the least deaths with COVID-19 related deaths during the period that it was devastating. And you also look at the COVID vaccines, the coverage on the COVID vaccines, and you realize that there has been a significant improvement. And apart from the northeast region, the northern region is leading in the immunization effects of the COVID vaccines. This is a table that you can also access to make good use of the figures and to see how the northern region fared well. In terms of actual vaccinations, there is no region that has beaten the northern region to that. It is only when you come back to the complete dosage that you have the northeast region, the northern region coming second to the northeast region. The health sector has seen tremendous improvement under the leadership of His Excellency President Akufo-Addo, and for which reason the well-being of the people of the northern region has been improved significantly. Even though we are not there yet, we will still put on measures that would help us improve on the health well-being of our people. Then we turn our attention to transport or transportation. You know, as we are all aware, transportation involves the roads and the transporting the people themselves. And air, and this also comprises air, sea, land, and land transport, and rail, actually. Unfortunately, for the purposes of our region, we can only talk about air and road transport, because we don't have seas in the northern region, neither do we have rail transport in the northern region. And it must be emphasized that contrary to what others want to believe, the phase 2 of the Tamale Airport project is the brainchild of our government, and the sword was cut for the commencement of this project on Thursday, 15th August 2019 by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I am happy to announce that the airport development phase 2 project has been completed and awaiting commissioning by His Excellency the President before the end of the year. I wish to extend a very hearty invitation to all of you to come and grace the historic commissioning of the Tamale International Airport when an appropriate date is fixed. The expansion works, including the construction of a modern terminal, building and ancillary facilities. The terminal is designed for an annual passenger throughput of 400,000 capacity. The features of the completed phase 2 project include a VIP lounge, 2 boarding gates, 4 self-service check-in kiosks, 8 check-in decks, airline offices, commercial retail area, a multi-purpose terminal to include high travel facilities in a 5-kilometer road network, among others. The airport has a 350 capacity car park area, a technical area which includes a reservoir for potable water and firefighting, as well as sewage treatment plant. It is on record that the airport can boast of the best tarmac in the country. The economic importance of the airport to the region cannot be overemphasized. Suffice it to say that there is serious potential for investment in the following areas: a maintenance, repair and operation facility in the future for the West African sub-region. It could be a major hub for air cargo for exporting agricultural produce in and out of the country. Pictures of the new Tamale Airport Phase 2 project is on display. And this is the main terminal. The main terminal that has been completed and waiting commissioning by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, or whoever he will delegate to do that before the end of the year. This is the main road that leads you from the main Bolga-Tamale road to the airport. These are all the road infrastructure networks that has come with the new terminal. This is the car park, the 350 capacity car park area. We go in and we have the self-check-in equipment, the forest exchange area. These are all part of and areas of the new terminal building. The waiting area, and this is the new Hajj village that is one of its kind, never seen anywhere in the world. I don't think that there is any place that you can find a complete terminal that has been built to airlift Hajj pilgrims. I think not even in Saudi will you find this. We are most grateful as Muslims to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, for giving us this facility to boost Islam. These are all check-in areas that would facilitate our air travel. On roads, we have also acquired the bus rapid transport program into the northern region, and as I speak, 5 buses have arrived to begin the bus rapid transport system within the Tamale metropolis. And the bus rapid transport system that is popularly known as Ayalolo is ready. A committee has been put in place to make sure that the running modality, operation modalities are all put in place so that we can have a smooth takeoff of that system. It is an undeniable fact that most of the traffic from the port of Tema to the landlocked countries use Tamale as a thoroughfare, making it very important for both local and international vehicular traffic. On this note, the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, launched the 2 billion Government of Ghana Sino Master Project Support Agreement and cut the sword for the first interchange in the northern region, in the northern sector of the country, during a colorful and pregnant ceremony in Tamale, which was graced by His Majesty Ndanyana Bukari II on Wednesday, April 10, 2019. This project, when the sword was cut, we were hearing all sorts of stories about the project. People thought that it was one of the political promises that politicians would always make. But today, His Excellency, the President, has been vindicated, and any traveler through Tamale or through the northern region and the other northern parts of the country will attest to the fiscal features of this project. The Tamale Interchange project has been successfully completed and open to traffic following its historic commissioning by His Excellency on Tuesday, 29th March 2022. The benefit of this project is quite immense to the region. Indeed, it is unprecedented as the first of its kind in any part of the northern part of Ghana. Apart from easing vehicular traffic, it has changed the skyline of Tamale, and we in Tamale are very grateful to the President for this great project. This includes the trade. I mean, this type of project cannot come without any benefits. And the benefits of this includes the trade activities have been increased, thereby boosting the local economy. Generation of employment opportunities for our teeming youth. The project has added to the artistic beauty of the city. When you are coming in and you find the cars on top moving, then you know that Tamale too has arrived. And you can have a look at it before the commencement of the interchange and during the construction stage, which most people doubted. As an indigenous of Tamale, when this thing started, people thought that people were prospecting for gold. And all stories were being told about it until when that work was progressing steadily, then people started believing, after all, something is coming up in the northern region. And Tamale can now boast of a very modern interchange, a two-way tier interchange that you can find now. And that is it. I'm also happy to note that this is one of the longest stretches of interchange in the country. I do not know which interchange that is longer than this, because this is about 900-meter long interchange. That makes it one of the longest interchanges that we find in the country. There are currently a total of 353.79 kilometers of road projects being undertaken by the Ghana Highway Authority, with about 60% of these projects at major stages of completion. These projects are being undertaken in 5 areas: regraveling, rehabilitation, upgrading and resealing, and sectional rehabilitation. The Ghana Highways is doing its best with the support of the Ministry of Roads and Highways to provide the northern region with good roads that will help us in our commercial and agricultural activities and social activities in the region. Some of these projects include the regraveling of the Patinga-Gar Road, the regraveling of Patinga-Gar Road Phase 2, the regraveling of the rehabilitation of the Bawa Barracks roads, upgrading of Saboba Wapuli, upgrading of Tamale Daboya Road, upgrading of Sambila Road, upgrading of Tamale Kumbungu Road, upgrading and sealing of Riverbank Nakpale Zabzugu Road, and a host of others that are all at different stages of completion. And you can find on the screen most of these works that have been done simultaneously together. Road projects, these are under the Urban Roads Department, rehabilitation and partial reconstruction and other civil works of 245.58 kilometers of road networks are currently being undertaken in Tamale and other capitals of the MMDAs in the region by the Department of Urban Roads. These works include asphalt overlays, rehabilitation works and storm drain construction. A total of 45 kilometers of roads have been asphalt overlaid in Tamale, while 9 kilometers of Yendi Town roads were also done as part of this project. Some of the areas in Tamale include Sakasaka, Nyohani, Damasco, while that of Yendi includes the Palace, Fire Service area and the residential area. Pictures of the overlay can be found seen on the screen during and after. These were all sites that the asphaltic overlay was happening. It is also significant to note that apart from the Trans-ECOWAS highway that passes through Tamale from Kintampo to Paga, there has never been 1 inch of asphalt overlay in Tamale until now. So the people of the northern region in Tamale are very grateful to the president for having that insight and thinking that we also deserve to have some serenity on our roads. That is not all. The We also had a total of 24.6 kilometers of asphaltic overlay in our security agencies and areas. That included the Bawa Barracks, the Air Force Base, the airport, Kamina Barracks, Northern Command Headquarters, the Police Headquarters, the Fire Service Headquarters, the NIB Headquarters, and even parts of the regional administration, bringing the total of asphaltic overlay within the Tamale metropolis to almost 80 kilometers of roads. That has been done just within Tamale. The projects were designed to provide asphaltic overlay on the roads and squares of all the security services and agencies in the region. And we can all see these are areas that were asphalted in the security areas. The Bawa Barracks, the Police Headquarters, the NIB area, and the Northern Command area. Apart from that, apart from the asphaltic overlay that we are talking about, there has also been tremendous work that has been done on the feeder roads. The Feeder Roads Department is currently engaged in improving a total of 839.20 kilometers of feeder road networks, and that includes the maintenance interventions in the region. Breakdown of maintenance activities, upgrading of bitumen surfaces, 177.80 kilometers. That has been divided into 8 lots. Rehabilitation, we have 409 kilometers. That is also divided into 24 lots. And sport improvement, 252.20 kilometers. That is into 27 lots. Okay, as we look at the picture, the screen would indicate all that we are doing on the roads, the feeder roads, connecting communities together, towns and villages that were not motorable are all being connected together, and we can have it the before and look at now that the work is going on. And I think that when all these projects are completed, it will boost agric, that is the mainstay of the region, and improve the lives and the standards of living in the region. We are most grateful to this government, and we think that the northern region is coming up probably to catch up with the southern sector in terms of facilities that we need in our areas to improve our lives, the lives of the people. You can all see during the farming season, food is usually lost because of the immotorability of our roads. Now, with the provision of good roads, we can assure the country that food production would increase and would enhance the incomes of our people and increase the standard of living. We also have our fair share of the 1D, 1F projects. That is the flagship program of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. The goals of this one district, one factory are very immense, and the northern region hopes to also benefit from the benefits that comes with it. We need to enhance our district's natural resources and take advantage of its economic potential based on its comparative advantage. Ensure that industries that would boost economic activity in various sectors of the region are distributed evenly and spatially. Facilitate the creation of jobs, especially for our teeming youth in the district, which has such projects which will lead to improved incomes and standards of living, while reducing rural-urban migration. Encourage exports and boost revenue from foreign exchange, and increase the production of locally produced goods to replace imported ones. We are all witnesses to the fact that we just produce the goods, we don't add value to them, and we export them at their raw stage. It doesn't add to the incomes of our people. With the advent of this one district, one factory, we think that a lot will be achieved in the northern region. The region currently has 6 factories that are operating under the 1D1F program. The 7 factories, the 6 factories, while the 7 factories are still under construction, making it a total of 13. The completed and operational 1D1Fs are the G's Fresh Point in Tamale for the processing of guinea fowls and chicken. LK International, that is Motor King, they engage in the production of tricycles and motorbikes in the region and the assembly of motorbikes. The Modern City Limited at Kanshagu for the production of roofing sheets and plastics. The Global Amas at Bimbila for the processing of yam flour. This was recently commissioned by His Excellency the President on his tour of the northern region. The Polytank Ghana Limited in Tamale for the production of polytanks for the storage of water, which we would always struggle to carry from the southern part of Ghana to the northern part of Ghana. Now, the whole of the 5 northern regions can now get their supply from this factory that is based in Tamale. We would soon get to the factory site and you would see the graphic images of this factory. And the Technology Transfer Center, that is in Savulgu, as well as a skills training center. They also have a rice processing factory that is milling rice, has started milling rice, the Ghana rice in Savulgu. These are all pictures that would explain these things. The cassava processing factory in Wulesi, this is the rice milling factory in Savulgu, the rice milling equipment. These are all pictures that are coming from the rice mills in Savulgu. It's a very magnificent place that any one of you coming into the northern region should endeavor to visit. And this is the polytank factory that we have in the northern region that is in production. And this is the Global Amas factory that processes yam into yam flour for fufu. This one is a cassava processing factory. These are all part of the 1D1Fs that are tangible, that you can find in the various places. The Global Amas, thankfully, have an off-taker that is lifting the end produce from Bimbila straight to the US. The Global Amas products have been accepted in the US market, and production is in full force, and the off-taker is lifting it to the US, and very soon I'm sure it's going to get into Europe to boost yam production, because we all know that yam production is the mainstay of the people of the northern region, especially those coming from the Nanumba North, Nanumba South, Zabzugu, Tatali, and other areas. So the production of this yam flour would ease the carriage of these tubers into Accra. That's mostly 50% of them would go rotten and go to waste. If we have something like this, I think it is going to be a feather in the cap of the production of yam. We need to also look at infrastructure projects that would eradicate poverty. And we have a program that is codenamed IPEP, the Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program, that also seeks to give us some significant benefits from the local economy that we have in the northern region. And another milestone that has been chalked in the region is the numerous projects that have been undertaken under the Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program through the Ministry and Secretariat of the Special Initiatives in the Northern Development Authority. It is worth of note that under this program, a total of 311 projects covering 4 sectors, which include small dams, water systems, WC toilets, prefabricated warehouses, are being undertaken across the region. Out of this number, 15 out of the 18 constituencies have 18 projects each. The remaining 3, that is the Tamale Central, Gushegu, and Tatali Sanguli constituencies, have 10, 14, and 16 projects respectively. Furthermore, out of the 311 projects, 170 of them are small dams, 68 are small town water systems, 68 are WC toilets, and 4 are prefabricated warehouses. A great number of them have been completed and in use. And there is a table that would spell this out. People, prospective interested people who would want to see the total, the figures, can, after this program, source it from our source. And we have some of the dams that have been, the dams that were built out of this project on display. We have them, we can see them for ourselves, and some of these dams have been put to good use. Some are being used for vegetable farming, and the purpose of it was not only for agricultural purposes. People consume it, the animals that hitherto would not have water, drinking water during the dry seasons, would all take advantage of these small dams to ease traveling and grazing programs. These are some of the WC toilets that were built under this project, this program. A lot of them. This one was in Tuvuro in Zabzugu, which is in use. This one, all the Savulugu, they are all completed. Some of them have been in use already. Others are waiting commissioning. We have a lot of these projects. Of course, we cannot tell our story, our good story, without mentioning some challenges that we have that are impeding the success of some of these our projects. From the foregoing, there is no doubt that the state of the northern region is good. Looking at all this presentation, notwithstanding these monumental achievements, I am not also oblivious to the fact that the region still faces major challenges in its quest to development. Some of these challenges include low agricultural productivity, widespread poverty, shortage of critical human resources, especially in the health sector, and recurring conflicts that would always impede development. In spite of the challenges indicated above, the Regional Coordinating Council, in collaboration with other key stakeholders, will continue to create the necessary conducive atmosphere for business to thrive and for people to go about their socio-economic activities. There is much to be achieved in the northern region in view of the huge potential at our disposal. In this regard, I wish to use this opportunity to call on investors to inject the necessary capital into the various sectors of the region. In conclusion, Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that this platform has afforded us the opportunity to bring to the fore the numerous significant achievements of the NPP government in the region under the able leadership of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We have a story to tell, and a positive one for that matter. We have much to be proud of, but we have not yet arrived. The importance of peace in the sustainable development of the region cannot be overemphasized. Peace is an immovable foundation for a just and prosperous society, and the security of the region is very important. It is collective responsibility of all of us to ensure that we have peace in the region. We in the region have had our share of periods of stagnation and development as a result of our prolonged years of conflict. However, with the successful coronation of Ndanyana Bukari II and the brokering of peace that heralded his coronation, the region is undoubtedly reaping unprecedented dividends of peace. It is for this reason that we would forever be grateful and indebted to Malguna Abudani the First, His Excellency President Akufo-Addo, for his immense role in bringing peace to Gabon, which most of us thought was impossible because of the lip service that other past politicians have paid to this conflict. The conflict has been raging for more than 70 years, but with the support of and strong-heartedness of His Excellency, Gabon is now at peace. In this regard, I wish to use this medium to appeal to prospective investors to take advantage of the prevailing peace we are enjoying in the region to come and join us in our quest to change the course of our destiny. Permit me to express the region's gratitude and commendations to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana and his Vice President, Ministers of State, our parliamentarians, and to all Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Chief Executives, as well as our revered Nanuma, for their immense and continuous support in the region. Admittedly, you will agree with me that with these immense achievements, the stage is increasingly set for the realization and the transformational vision of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in the northern region. The relentless efforts of the Regional Coordinating Council in collaborating with the Metropolitan, District, and Municipal Chief Executive Assemblies, departments and agencies, as well as the private sector and the traditional rulers, gives me sufficient motivation that the region is poised for better times ahead in the coming years. Once again, I wish to express our profound gratitude to the Ministry of Information for this unique opportunity for us to tell our story to the entire nation. We are also appreciative of the media, especially our friends in our local media in the northern region, for the continuous cordial relationship we have always enjoyed with them. On this note, let me thank you for your time and attention that you have granted me to deliver this address. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation, Honorable Minister. If you are watching this press briefing, we are live on GTV and also on Ministry of Information Facebook page. There were some aspects of your presentation that nearly brought tears to my eyes. You know, I say if you are in Accra and then someone manages to convince you that this government is not doing anything, and then you watch this presentation and realize that in the past 6 years, between the urban roads and Ghana Highway Authority and feeder roads, just from Minister's presentation, they've undertaken 1,420.57 kilometer road projects, out of which we are talking about over 45 kilometer asphalt in Tamale. And I was like, I should go to Tamale again. Something is changing. And to think about the fact that we also have a over 900 meter long two-tier interchange, a state-of-the-art international airport terminal. It's unheard of. The last time I heard of such huge projects were in 2008, when another administration by the NPP delivered a state-of-the-art stadium for the CAN 208. And I thought about it and I said, and then we have 8 Agenda 111 hospital projects for the districts, 1 regional psychiatric hospital, 118 health projects by the MMDAs, 6 operational 1D1F, and 7 1D1F projects under construction. And I'm like, take all these things out. Where were we? It's the kind of reflection that really makes you appreciate that no matter the circumstances that we are in now, we are not lost. We are on a path, no matter how steady. I think President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and this government are on course to deliver prosperity to the people of Ghana, and the northern region is not left out. So, Honorable Minister, thank you for the insight. There is so much that's sitting here. Even I didn't know that through this opportunity. I've had the opportunity to learn more about what is actually happening in the northern region. And I also use the opportunity to plead with our friends that you heard the minister, you saw the pictures. These are not artistic impressions. You saw women peeling cassava. You saw the young man at the factory. People are being touched. Lives are being touched. Projects like this are putting food on the tables of many people out there that you may be sitting here and thinking that no, not much is being happening. So please, let us spread the word. On that note, I will invite your questions, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any question, kindly show by hand and mention your name and media house and proceed to ask your question. Okay. So take the first two.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Atamensa from GNA. I am very impressed with the minister's presentation, but I have few questions for him to answer for me. So my first question is, with the small dams that you mentioned, I think it's good, but I'm asking this question because there have been instances where animals and human beings drink from the same dam, and instead of bringing health to the people, it rather result in diseases. So the dams that you have constructed, are there separate dams that the animals drink from and separate one for human beings? If you can explain that to me, as we saw in the picture. Two, I'm saying, ask another question regarding this unauthorized structures. Most often people put along or even under interchanges. We have had this in Pokwase, and it was managed. I don't know how you are going to ensure that people do not put up unauthorized structures under these bridges to create problems. And then another issue is about crossing of footbridge. Some people will not even use the footbridge and they will cross the road and then car will hit them and they kill them. How are you going to manage this menace so that it doesn't create problem for you in the northern region? Then I want to find out the cost of the Tamale International Airport, the cost as it has been completed and to be commissioned in December, the cost of it. Then the one district, one factory, 6 have been completed. How many jobs has it created for the indigenes so far? And then my last question is health professionals not accepting posting to the northern region, and has been an issue now that you have a lot of health facilities springing up. What measures have you put in place to motivate health professionals to come there? Because Tamale is really beautiful now. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So, okay, then we'll take Lance.
Minister, that was an impressive presentation. You indicated that investors come to your region and then they see your region as the best destination in terms of investment. But then I would like to ask, what urgent sector do you think is or requires an urgent investment? Can we say the Tamale International Airport is a rewarding investment? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Lansa Musa with GH1 TV. My interest has to do with my district, the Tolon district. The district hospital was commissioned in 2020, but after some time of being not operational, operation started in January this year. However, there are concerns from the hospital about recruitment of staff, especially temporary staff. There's a facility that serves a lot of people there, but they need clearance to engage temporary staff to support in the administration of the hospital. I don't know if that has come to the attention of the minister on that. Secondly, Gushegu Tamale Road is one road that I have used for so many years. When the Yendi Road was done, the Eastern Corridor Road was done, people now found an escape route. Instead of going through the Karga stretch, they will use the Tamale, Yendi, then Gushego. But people from Savulugu and other areas will still need to use the Karga Tamale stretch of the road to Gushego, which is a very important market center for yams and other food crops. How much effort has been put in to make sure that the roads ministry considers that as a very important part of road infrastructure in the northern region? For some of us who are from there, we feel that that road needs to be worked on to make it easier for more people to use that stretch. And water is a big issue. The president has cut short for the water system there. However, the Ghana Water Company keeps complaining about the activities of sand winners around the water treatment plant, the Dalang water treatment plant. Has that come to his attention? And what is RECSEC doing to ensure that these sand winners are taken care of so that our water bodies are protected? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We can take 2 more questions. This may be the only round, so please, if you have a question, so we'll take from the back and then take Nana Poku's question.
Okay, so my name is Richard Brightado from TV3. Mine is also on the dam, the question of the dam. Honorable, I don't know when you took those pictures, but I was a bit far from it, and so I'm sure when you take up the mic, you'll be able to tell us when you took the pictures, because critics of this government have said that the constructions really, they are not dams and that they are dugouts. So if you could clarify this when you take the mic, I'd be grateful. And then the witches comes. We want to know what you are doing to shut down, because there are calls for you to close down the witches camps, 5 of which are in your regions. And so we want to know what you will be doing differently to completely shut the camps. But my last question will be on the Bagbre Dam spillage. Your region is also affected. Now, the people are saying that there could be a looming, especially the peasant farmers, they've talked about a looming food crisis because most of the farmers were not able to harvest their crops before the flooding came. And so if you are given the opportunity, what alternative proposals would you put forward? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question, Richard. We'll take the last one from Nana Poku.
Thank you. I had 2 questions. Someone else has one already. Honorable Minister, the activities of Fulani herdsmen, what is it a problem in the north because they have been, as it were, going from the north to Afram Plains to wherever, and there's been a big problem for the country. What is the activity in the region? Are we able to tame them, or what? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So that's our last question for the day. We invite the Honorable Minister back for his responses.
Thank you very much for your questions. Let me take the small dams first. We are all aware that even the Akusombo Dam, during the dry season, the levels would always go down. And we know the terrain of the northern region. This is the Savannah area, and between the period of January to May, the weather is always very harsh. And that is the time that we don't have any rainfall, and consumption on the production of this water is stagnant because nothing enters. It is only during the rainy season that a lot of water is collected in these dams. And as we keep on using them, like my brother said, both from human and animal consumptions, definitely the levels will go down. Notwithstanding that, there are some of these dams that are very good at their catchment areas, that the levels would always be boosted up to some latter part of the dry season that would usher in the new rainy season again. So these dams, these pictures were taken not quite 2-3 weeks ago, So that is the reason why you would see it, and during the dry seasons, definitely some of the levels would go down, but not completely, because I can tell you that 70 to 80% of these dams, you would find water in them throughout the year. That helps us in this. He also asked a question about human and animal consumption. We cannot avoid this, because that is the only source in some areas that humans and animals would get water from. It is not like the southern part of the country where we can have streams. This is all that we have, and that is why it is very significant in the lives of the people of the northern region. Water that comes from these dams would always be used by these animals, but we also have a lot of boreholes, that borehole construction that is going on. I didn't mention all those because of the want of time, but we have a lot of projects that are being undertaken by our MMDAs in the provision of water. So you would find out that most of these dams are being used for vegetable farming and for the consumption of these animals. That is in areas that we do not have boreholes, abundance of boreholes, then human beings would also rely on them for the domestic use. And I can also tell you that before they use them domestically, this water is being treated before they can use it. And there was also a question on the Tamale interchange. It is a true fact that after the commissioning of the interchange, people sort of wanted to use the under parts of this interchange for commercial and other purposes. But there is a task force that has been launched to make sure that the usage of the interchange is regularized, and you wouldn't find commercial activities under these interchanges. For instance, there was an attempt to deprive motor riders from even using the interchange, because people want to use the top of it, which is purely meant for vehicular movement, because having motorbikes on it would not look nice, because you realize that all ports activities from the Tema to the hinterland, that is the neighboring countries of Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, and some parts of even Sierra Leone, would always pass through the northern region. That is the only route that from Tema you can get into the landlocked countries of these other 4 countries that I have counted. So during the evenings, there's a lot of these heavy-duty trucks that would always use, and it is very dangerous for motor riders and these heavy-duty trucks to be moving. So there is a task force that is in place that is taking care of the running of this interchange. It has brought us tremendous relief, because during the evenings, the hours between 3 to 7, 8 p.m., there is always a heavy traffic in that area. But with the advent of the interchange, there's still traffic, but it has eased a lot. We also talk about the 1D, 1F. I can tell you on authority that the figures that we have picked from these 6 1D, 1F factories gives us about 1,000 workers, a little over 1,000. So you see that from 6 project sites, we have about 1,000 workers. That is permanent. There are other workers who are casual workers, and that can run into about 3,000 workers, especially the global Amas pictures that we're looking at. That seeks to employ a lot of people. And the Moto King assembly point, it also has a lot of people but some of them are casual workers. But the permanent workers that we can talk of in these 6 completed 1D and operational 1D, 1F can boast of a little over 1,000 people. And we come to the health sector. The health sector is very critical, and it is imperative to note that health workers or health trainees sometimes do not want to go to the hinterland or the rural areas to deliver health care. We have this program that when you complete the training, you need to serve at a posting for 3 years before you will be qualified to ask for a transfer. And the MMDAs are also doing well in this direction because they provide courtesies for them as displayed on the screen. They provide courtesies for them, and they have some incentives that they give to the health workers that will encourage them to stay and work for the betterment. That is why you see this whole increment in the or improvement in the figures or the statistics that we have provided on the health sector. You look at our neonatal deaths, births and deaths, and you see that there's a significant improvement on that. You would find all these things if you pick the statistics and look at them. You will see how health services have improved the lives of the people. And health services itself, the increments that we have had in the various sectors. Somebody asked the question about what do we think needs the investors would need to do in the northern region. It is an undeniable fact that the northern region, 70 to 75% of indigents in the region are farmers. I'm a farmer myself. And we know the challenges that we face in the farming sector of the region, or even in Ghana. We need agro-processing industries to be able to process what we produce so that we will reduce the waste that comes as a result of unprocessed farm produce. We have an example, a clear example in the yam industry. Now that we have a factory that processes yam into fufu flour, no yam would go waste. Before then, yams would go, Agbogloshi market would flood them here, only for 50% of them to go rotten. So in the end, the farmer loses all the income that he was expecting from his produce. So we would encourage, we have a lot of soya that we grow nowadays in the northern region, but it goes unprocessed. You find the Indians and other nationals coming in to buy them unprocessed at their raw bean state. Whereas we could have made very good use of the soya by extraction of oil and eventually, using it for poultry feed. We find out that this soya is taken out in its raw stage without adding any value to it. We are encouraging people, investors, to come to the northern region. They wouldn't lack the inputs to their factories, various factories, if they establish, so that we can have the benefit of the produce that our farmers would produce. That would encourage and boost agric production. A question was also asked about the Tolong Hospital. The Tolong Hospital has been one of the brainchilds of this government. And if you looked at the speed at which the Tolong Hospital was constructed, you will have no doubt that it is very dear to this government. And a lot is being done to make sure that the Tolong Hospital is equipped with the necessary infrastructure and staff. You realize that when the inception of the opening or the inauguration of the hospital delayed a bit because we were looking for avenues to feed the hospital with the necessary personnel to take up the running. It was a bit challenging, but eventually there was a window that gave us the opportunity to open and to equip the hospital with the necessary staff. And as I speak, I can assure you that the Tolong Hospital is running and running well to the benefits of that area. The Gushegu-Tamale Road is a very important road that is so dear to us in the northern region, because it connects a stretch of 4 constituencies. It connects Tamale to Nantong, Nantong to Karaga, Karaga to Gushegu. So it is a very important road. And when we were even choosing the priority roads in the region, it was one of the priority roads. And as at now, I can tell you that 60% of the road construction is done. Even though it's an ongoing project, 60% of it, and it is very motorable. A distance of Gushegu, Tamale to Gushegu, that would always take you 5 hours. You can now do it in 2 hours, even though the road has not yet been completed. At least a major part of it, drainage works, graveling and other sealing works is ongoing. And I can assure you that the next time you are moving on that road, you would attest to the fact that work is actually going on that project. And the water projects, we all know during the rainy season there's a lot of water in the region. A lot of water. And as I speak now, I have pictures on my mobile phone that was sent to me yesterday by the Ghana Water Company, Northern Region, about the inundation of their equipments and their inability to produce. As I speak now, probably they have even shut down. And that is the reason why the president cut short for the construction of a new water system to Tamale and Yendi that would cover a lot of communities in the region. We are still on the state, we are still on the project, which will take off anytime soon. They were waiting for, contract processing was taking place, and I'm sure by now they would have completed. The last time I checked, it was at procurement stage. And very soon, the contractor will be selected and the project would begin. Because water, they say, is life. And anything that has to do with the provision of water is always very important. And that is why government attaches this importance. Because the system that we have now, that is at Dalong, that feeds Tamale, is over 50 years old. And so therefore, new measures and pragmatic measures must be taken to make sure that Tamale receives water. And the new project that is coming would give Tamale a minimum of 120 million gallons of water a day. That would be a significant boost in the water system in Tamale. And I think that it will go a radius of 30 kilometers around Tamale. So any community within that radius would be the beneficiary of the system that is coming on board, which would start very soon. Sword has been cut already, and procurement activities are almost complete. We also have this question. That's about 2 weeks ago. We had a stakeholder meeting to this effect, and the CRS and other agencies, USAID, are all interested in these water systems that we are talking about. So we had a stakeholder meeting together, and some points were made so that whilst we are waiting for the new water project to come on stream, all these measures will be taken to make sure that Tamale doesn't run out of water and its environs doesn't run out of water during this period. Unfortunately, the Bagri Dam is worsening our case. So we are still looking at ways of making sure that this Bagri Dam is well used. The water that comes from that point is well used. I think that is the reason why we have this Palugu project that is coming. And when that project is completed, it will further boost the water systems in the northern region, even though the Palugu Dam will be found in the northeast and the upper east region. The northern region will still be a beneficiary of it, because most of the water that spills into the northern region would have been taken care of and farmlands would have been saved in the northern region, because the northern region would always be affected when those areas are flooded. Farmlands, we would always lose farmlands and crops to the spillage. I think that when the Kwalogu Dam project is also completed, it would be a boost for the northern region in terms of water supply and agric. We also, a question was also, I skipped that, the cost of the Tamale interchange, the phase 2, the airports. There is an estimated $70 million that was used for that project. $70 million was the cost of that project. It was also significant to note that a third phase, a phase 3, is also in the offing. Immediately after the commissioning of the phase 2 by His Excellency or the Vice President or whoever, the phase 3 is also coming on stream. It will also seek to expand the terminal by some more meters, the car park area, and other auxiliary areas that would be increased. There is also the question of witches' camps. We all agree that this witches' camp thing is very traditional. Very traditional. And the Ministry of Women's and Children's Affairs and Social Welfare is deeply involved in this. I do not have the information readily available, but what I know that we are doing at our local level is that some NGOs and traditional rulers are involved in this. And I'm aware that we have about 3 or so in the northern region. We have one at Kuku in the Nanumba North District, the Nanumba South District. We have one in Patinga, and we have one in the Yendi, Ngani in the Yendi districts. Attempts have been made to close those areas, but they border on tradition. And so therefore, government in doing these things would always be handicapped in a way. So it is only through negotiations and dialogue with the traditional rulers that we can have these camps closed. And I'm sure some NGOs are doing it. We have the Action Aid, we have Songtaba, and we have other NGOs who are deeply involved in negotiations and in just to end the witches' camps. And I think that in the very near future, some of these, I'm aware that some of them have been resettled. The rate at which the witches' camps were being used is now, shrinking. You don't find the numbers like they used to be in those areas. People go there, they negotiate, and they take their parents back to their various communities. And the communities, I'm aware, are also, accepting them back. It's a gradual process, which would finally end the closure of this witches' camps. There is this Tony Flani herdsmen issue. We are all witness to the fact that in June this year, we woke up to a problem of 8 Fulani men being lynched at Zakwale in the Yendi district, Yendi municipality. This was an accident. People thought that it was about this Fulani thing, even though the people who were lynched were all Fulani people, but they were indigenous Fulanis. They were Fulanis who have lived in that community for over 40 years. It was a case of retaliation for somebody being killed, and it was even a mistaken identity. So of late, we haven't witnessed these herdsmen issues on a large scale. Intermittently, we would hear about some few skirmishes between 1 or 2 people, but it is not widespread as we used to because of the sensitization programs that we have had with the Fulanis. I'm happy to tell you that we have a Fulani network that has its headquarters here. They have a national executive with whom we have been interacting. They have their regional reps. We have been engaging them since I entered office 1.5 years ago, I have had about 4 or 5 engagements with them. And that is the reason why the northern region is very calm. We do not record any Fulani incidents again. And I think that the continuous engagement with them will eliminate this problem of Fulani herdsmen. I mean, having their cattle running into people's farms, and because they themselves have resorted to farming. So there is a very marked improvement in the taking care of their Fulanis and the distraction that would usually come with the Fulani grazing on people's farms. We have a remarkable improvement on that, and we hope that we would continue on that tangent. Thank you very much. What I want to also say is just a brief translation in Dabanli. I know most of you here will be handicapped, but I think my people back home also deserve the benefit of what we have just done here. And ila shambiala ma nyama kamane te kamna ne tizang te ba president Akufo-Addo on kana nampuni zo yuma nu ne pregalam bala tantnye ye to shanga dan nan lebgun sim shaldan kana dagban lebgun sim tu shanga dan on zangna dan worone o za sim bieteni den ka tizang yel biela to kulen yella biela chonga ma ti kuna radio stations puni te ba television nan puni tin zang le zang wuda selo ka selo ba di amfani shele dan nan so din yala arele la television tin ne yerma sa shelma anya kamane trezan photo ma amfon nam wuhra dan wuhra den tun shanga dan tumda tin tumda tuma lo shama de za hanyala lo shanga tin mamman ne de yozo jir karpuni de biala polone ti bola ye yule karakane ma de sahati le jirnama ama tin bola ye yule ma anyele karja aninne rozo wonum ma zaharin yala gwamnati ne kanna no tumtum shele gwamnati me yi tumtuma a parla gwamnati ma ngoma zahatina ku to nyele kama ali kama ne bin shadun bon nanun polomba bumbla so ami so be bumbla ene o be nyele karje bumbla bi de biane agaran yesavulgo anyele ne anyele kumbun anyele tolon anyele lo shanga kamza hatin yana lebgun simtuma ma chenma de biane wolongo ali nanu mbalama sabon jiramba nesis kotes mbala kaba mele nerzan ntika te nesin mbambiene ntete ne te da la feso ya kaba bere pumi bisa de pansirla nesin ma don bindi kanaka oyan kanaka ti har no kunye biagu shela danan bongo ai labna te palala polo te zahadi shahranye palana manda northern region zaha de chekati to putuma karanan kalan tin yibuto chen te purne sham te chena tin yibuto dirte da sham te dira tin yibuto sai ka lafi ti yana sham paga shiptene din ma zaha nyala bin shadan panan kalan zantiti purla pashanga te manla tin da kana te pilge president Akufo-Addo nda kana noti oraya ne tamale zawuni traffic bien pam traffic man bien ma ka chen nan da tom purla ai pana dane na zan hal nan atinye saksaka na animbil atiyi loru karabanda yire tema habo ngati chen wado nyamai mine Niger polomi bin yara banda yir gati chen maza birai kana antunye ka loru karama fapal tije kasaratin namnanda wannan interchange za hanya bin sha'adan nan funfun biaguma balgiya zawuni loru nan bela zuxa ka shamme betanga loru karaban yir nyong gat ma zaha bi ku kanata tamzu sama bashirmi inchan bisa sarati sha'adan da nan da tamfun ma ta zaji shahara ne kaman sarati din da nan da tamfuni da balgiya triblan yerle rezodan moma zaha nyara bin sha'adan gwamnati ma nan titi zo kaman yumanu ne pergal shale president Akufo-Addo ne kanao to ama ngoma zaha tana ku to nyale tire kasudo don sudo nyala bin sha'adan danye musugo zantiti onda kana ti za hanye won kpɔŋɔ maŋ shɛm ka ti nyɛ yaana dira paa yuun pishi chɛni la yuun pishi maa tira ka zuɣu lana ka di nyɛ muɣusigu zaŋ titi ta amaa ti nyɛya pumpɔŋɔ n dan yaana bu kare o biɛni ka ti zaa chɛni ti ŋmɛri no puɣu maa ka yisira ka dagbaŋ tibigi ka dagbaŋ lan labina ti nyɛ di darza shɛli din daa mali maa don so yi bɔhati ti malila zuɣu lana ma bihi n zani la kpe ka ŋmɛri kuŋa ti na bɔri soodoo shɛli tin bɔri maa mi di kpalinla zaɣ yini lala zaɣ yini maa di bela naniŋ ti gbunimiya ti kpalan zuya n niŋ ti yɛn niŋ shɛm ka dagbaŋ ni nyɛ soodoo shɛm maa ka naniŋ gba nyɛ soodoo lala naniŋ yi nyɛ soodoo di saha northern region zaa nyɛ soodoo maa dama nanima ayi ŋɔ bana n su northern region fukumsi so dagbaŋ yi mali soodoo ka naniŋ ka soodoo di saha dagbaŋ mi yɛn gɔpanɛl ka ti mali maa ti gbihirimi ka ne di mi bi simsina ti gbihiri ka ne ti yɛn ne ka ti ne ti yɛn gbihira ka ti gbihira so di mi yɛ suɣulo ŋun kam mali wan yɛn tɔhi bee wan yɛn niŋ shɛm ka naniŋ gba nyɛ naba zani ka ti niŋ ma bihi nyɛ ti ka ti niŋ ti yɛn niŋ shɛm ka soodoo kana ka ti zaŋ kpaŋsi ti pu kparilim soli n zaŋli kpaŋsi ti daabiligu soli ka zaŋli bo lɛbiginsim zaŋ ti ti ni maŋmaŋa n tiɛha so ni n kuli yɛn zaŋla kpɛŋɔ ni yɛli biɛla shɛli ŋɔ maa ti na nyɛ saha din yɛn ʒini ka ti ʒini kahigili ka chɛ ka ti zaaha nya tuma tuun shɛli din ʒɛ n guli ti ni ti zaaha tum zaŋ bo lɛbiginsim amaa ti ni lihiri foto shɛŋa ŋɔ maa ŋun zaaha di nyɛla binshaɣu din niŋdi ti ni maŋmaŋ ʒi nɛli puuni ŋolo ŋɔ maa ka so n ŋmaa foto luɣu shɛli polo a ya din niŋdi amili ami gɔmnanti maa ni kpaŋ o maŋ shɛm taa ti mɛ baanjiriti ti mɛ pala ti bikɔbilisi awaana nim maa galisiya ka niriba malli diri anfaani ashibiti bihi maa ti bi yɛni ti niŋ zaaha ti na niŋdimi to amaa ni so yɛn niŋ taa a paɣiroomi n puhiya ka paɣi ni yin tima saha shɛli ŋɔ a de so.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. So soon we've come to the end of today's briefing, and I'm really happy that Minister and his powerful delegation were able to make time to join us here today. It is my prayer that the next time we host a press briefing, it will be in Tamale, so that we get a lot of local participation and take more questions. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Our friends, you heard from the horse's own mouth. And we will also plead with you that spread the word. Sometimes negative news travels fast, but when the good news start trickling in, then you don't get the clicks. So sometimes it's discouraging. But it is only fair that people get to know what is actually happening on the ground. On that note, thank you so much for joining us this Sunday afternoon. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you.
Citizens, fellow Africans, ladies and gentlemen, extend our hearty aquaba.
We're home, and we want to help build home. That's what we want to do. We want to bring our resources and help build back Africa.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most interactive socio-political and personality interview program you can find online. My name is Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss the role of the diaspora in development of the African continent. Why should the diaspora be interested in developing the African people and also be interested in the economy of Africa? We have our guests in the studio who are diasporans, and they have a very big heart. They're going to tell us where their heart is and why they are doing what they are doing. We'll be right back after this break. This is the Lowdown. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and I'm joined by Millie Lauren Taka. She is the ambassador of the State of the African Diaspora and also the CEO of the Aaron Manville Foundation for the Advancement of West African Men. This is quite interesting. Also with her is Hope Gary. She is the CEO and co-founder of FLCC Bring Back Hope, and together they are in charge or running the Adopt a Road in Ghana campaign and also project. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's great to have you, and the projects you're working on are a mouthful. They are really targeted, and they are in support of the African development and the development of the people.
Yeah.
Let me start with you, Millie.
Yeah.
Your NGO on West African or developing West African men is the Aaron Manville Foundation for the Advancement of West African Men.
Yes.
Why that?
It's a funny story, but when I came to Ghana in 2013, and I had so many people, men especially, requesting they wanted to go to America. And as soon as they heard my tonation and saw that I was a Bruni, I was just constantly bombarded, even proposed to. Mommy, will you marry me? I said, to get to America. I said, I can't rent an airplane or a jet to take all of you. But what the Lord placed on my heart was to start an NGO that would help the men and their families here in Ghana. I saw the struggle, I saw the hurt, I saw the pain and the suffering. So that was my inspiration to do something to help the men. And people ask me, why men? I said, because the men, if you help the men, you'll help their families, you'll help their children, you'll help the mothers, because African men have a big responsibility, especially if you're a senior son. You have to take care of everybody. So that is why I started this NGO.
So you give them jobs, or what do you give them actually?
What we did, we were meeting every month on Sunday afternoon in Pokwasi at Pentecost Church, and we would have a guest speaker that would come, that someone that maybe came from the poorest parts of Ghana and now they were very successful. So I wanted to inspire them and to let them know you can make it in your own country. You don't have to leave. You can make it here in Ghana. So I had professors, I had doctors, I had TV celebrities. I was blessed to have good connections, and they would come and inspire the men and let them know their story. Once they heard their story, we had them fill out applications. So what do you want to do? Some wanted to be just a trotro driver. I said, that's all you want to do? Some wanted to start fish farms. Some wanted to further their education. So we zoomed in what was in their spirit to be, because I'm sure everybody has a desire of what they want to do in life. Once they told us what they wanted to do, I gave them homework. I gave them an assignment. You have to do your due diligence. If you want to do this, you do the homework. You tell me how much it's going to cost. If you want to be a trotro driver, how much the van is, how to get your driver's license. I made them do all the legwork and then came back and reported to me.
That's quite interesting and very progressive, because they managed to get some goodwill with their own support as well, because they are putting in so much effort. I'll come to Hope, but before then, who is Aaron Manville?
Aaron Manville is my son, who was born with birth defects, and he passed away at 3 months old. So this was way long time ago in the 80s, but I thought it would be befitting to memorialize him and to name the foundation after. He struggled for life, and the men in Ghana are also struggling.
That's very inspiring. Now to Hope. FLCC, bring back hope. Is the hope there your name, or hope as in the word hope?
Both.
Both, okay.
So Fort Lauderdale Community Center is a U.S. nonprofit, and we have been doing work for about 12 years in Fort Lauderdale, but in totality our organization has been ongoing for 20 years. In fact, 2022 celebrates 20 years. We have been helping families, youth, those who are at disadvantage with jobs, employment, housing.
In America? Or?
In America.
Okay, yes.
And what we saw with the success of our programs were to come to Ghana. In 2019, when the President made that request for the return, we took some of our students and our staff and came back for the year return in 2019 in August. And that completely changed everything. My husband and I got DNA tests done on ourselves and found out that we were Ghanaian.
Oh, that's
so that
quite coincidental.
added another positive push for us to be here in Ghana. So it's not just a situation we're coming here to do, but this is family. So we're coming, we feel, returning home. And as the President stated, bringing our resources and helping our brothers and sisters here. So Bring Back Hope is several different projects that we have. One of our main projects that we're doing is the Adopt a Road in Ghana with my good friend here.
Which I'm coming to right now, because the main question for me is, why do you want to invest in Ghana? Why do you want to help develop Africa? Because already you've used the bumpy roads to get to the studio. You're also facing the heat. You're also facing the economy, sometimes electricity issues, the pricing of things. Everything is just in the negative, I can say. But definitely there's also the positive in the people. But why? Why Ghana? I'll start with you again.
It has everything. The people are beautiful. There's no one like the Ghanaian people. Their hearts are big. They want very much to succeed. They just need guidance. One of the things that we discovered was, when we were bringing our programs here, was that a lot of the young people could not use our programs that we had in the States because a lot of difficulties in just small things like maybe knowing Microsoft Office Suite, where things that we know that we could bring them. There's so much here. There is so much here. You have everything, and even with the situations of the electricity, we have that back home. Water situations, if we look at the United States right now, and even where I'm from in Florida, there are many different challenges. So there's nothing different in the States really here. I could show you roads that actually look like Ghanaian roads in the United States, actually in Florida. But what we feel is the future, Ghana has it here. Not only the people, but the resources. And we feel that as things start to move in the future, this is going to be the focal point of where things are going to happen. And we want to be here when that happens.
And Millie, she's saying that the challenges we have in Ghana are also in the United States, but you have a lot of people wanting to travel. You chose to get citizenship in Ghana in 2019, and you got it.
Yes.
So why citizenship? Why couldn't you just come and do your work and go back?
Citizenship granted me privileges that I could not have just on a visa. With a visa, I was limited on time. I couldn't buy land. I couldn't vote. So many things I could not do. So when the quest for citizenship came, I wholeheartedly kind of fell into the role of helping us to get citizenship because we wanted to be home. Ghana is home. I can't describe unless you are not out of the country. I can't describe not knowing who you are or where you came from. My family also did DNA tests, and we're Ghanaian, Ghanaian and Nigerian. So you can't know where you're going until who you are. And when my feet touched the airport at Ghanaian soil, I was only supposed to be here 3 months to visit my Ghanaian family. My son-in-law is Ghanaian. But when my feet touched the soil, my spirit soared. And I wrote home and told my other children, I'm not coming back. And they were shocked. They said, Mommy, how? I said, because everyone in Ghana calls me Mommy. Everyone in Ghana calls me Auntie. And as my colleague said, the love and the friendship and the camaraderie, we're home, and we want to help build home. That's what we want to do. We want to bring our resources and help build back Africa.
We've been here for 9 years.
Yes.
And 9 years is quite a long time not to feel at home. So you feel at home completely. How often do you go back to the U.S.?
I've only been back to the U.S. once.
Just once?
And I couldn't wait to leave.
Wow. Just once.
Because it's just a different atmosphere. I miss my family, my grandchildren, but it's just different. It's just, like you could say, there's no place like home. And I wasn't born here, but I belong here.
Wow.
Okay. And I know.
And do they visit you, your family?
Yes.
They come to Ghana to visit?
And I'm trying to get all of them to come, but it's different reasons and different, you know, the things, the way the states portray Africa. I have to tell them it's not like that at all. So you have to come and see. And it's a beautiful thing to be around everybody that looks like you. It's relief. It's a relief. It's a pleasure.
It really is.
It is.
She's saying the truth. And you live here. So, you know, to wake up to yourselves every morning and to go to sleep with yourselves at night, you know, you're used to that.
How long have you been here too?
So in 2019 when we came for the year of return, I brought my son as well, who is a part of our staff. He almost ran away and we couldn't get him back because he wanted to stay, but we assured him we're going to come back. And so since then, from 20 on, we've been here. So we've been bringing our staff, our students to our programs here and doing exchange work here. So yeah, we've been here now. So
and do they like it?
They love it. We love it here. We absolutely love it. And it's just as Ambassador Tucker said, is that it's home. I mean, it literally every day when we get up, we're learning the language. We love it here. The people are absolutely beautiful. The children are respectful. There are challenges, but what we realize is that there are challenges everywhere. And what we want to do is bring our expertise back. We see and understand a lot of the reasons why Ghana is in the situation that it's in. And we understand a lot of what we see from the United States that has happened, and with that, we're bringing that information that we know here, so that our brothers and sisters here can understand what has happened to us in the United States, and really understand what has happened to them here in Ghana as well.
Well, we have a lot of Ghanaians who have traveled to the United States to work, and when they come back home, they only speak of the glory, the nice things, and make Ghana look so bad and in a very poor state. And everybody else looks up to them and wants to be like them. Everybody wants to travel. Everybody wants to go to the US to work and make money and all of that. However, there's one important thing you said, is about the people. So I want to see, what's the difference? If you're in the US, I know you have all these other races. In Ghana, you hardly find people of other races. You see people just like you. And until you open your mouth, they wouldn't know you're not, you didn't grow up here. What's the difference between that? When you are there, how bad is it when you are with all these other people and they giving you all those vibes of difference, of not being the same as them? What's the difference? How does it feel like?
One definite thing is that when everyone in the United States that is not quote-unquote white is called a minority. So you can imagine being raised in a country where you are called a minority. Every application and everything you feel, they want to know your race. And if you're not white, you're a minority. Finally, some law passed, they said, well, you don't have to answer that question. Because if there is a definite discrimination in pay, the whites get paid more than the minorities, not just the blacks, but the Mexicans, the Spanish, you know, the other races. If I want to buy a house, they will get it for a lesser price than me. If I get we have mortgages where we have the houses we have to pay over 15 to 30 years, they'll get a lower interest rate than a black person. And when you walk and go to a public office or go to do business, it's sad to say, when you walk in the room, you look for another black person. Or you hope that you get a black person to help you. Because if you get a black person to help you, there is some camaraderie there, there's some brotherhood or sisterhood there, and they're going to help you. Whereas you get a non-black or someone, then it's going to be difficult, because it's just, they treat us differently. They couldn't say it openly, but you could feel it. It's in the atmosphere. So you're all, even when I came to Ghana, the U.S. was on strike. And that was crazy to me. How can a country go on strike? I was waiting for my passport. So my plane ticket got canceled, and they were going to charge me an exorbitant amount of money to change it because my passport was delayed. So what we decided to do, me and my friends, we decided to pray. So we got like 4 or 5 of us, and we got in a room and we began to pray. And so I called the airline, and we were praying literally that we get a black person. Literally, we were praying to get a black person to answer the phone. And you could tell the difference in our voices. And when she answered, and we said, yes, it's a black person. This is a true story. And whereas another representative for the same airline was going to charge me like $300 to $700 to change my ticket, she said, oh, madam, you could change your ticket for $7.
Wow.
So you see, there's an underlying discrimination there. And it's just, when you come to Ghana, you don't have to worry about that. Well, you do have to argue with the market people because they hear your voice and they up the price. But that's different.
Well, the difference, we'll talk about that after this break. I'll come to Hope, and we talk about the Obroni kind of relations you get, the Obroni pricing, the Obroni reactions you get from people, and others call it special privilege. Well, we'll talk more about that right after this break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and we are discussing African diaspora. We are discussing diaspora in Ghana, and our guest, Millie Lauren Taka, she's ambassador of the State of the African Diaspora, and also we have Hope Gary, and she's also the CEO and co-founder of FLCC Bring Back Hope. However, they are together working on a project called Adopt a Road in Ghana. We'll talk about that soon. But for now, we are talking about the relations with the Ghanaian people, why you're here and all of that. Millie told us about how different it is when you're in America around other people and then the other races. So there's this race wars, I'll call it that. However, in Ghana, we also have the whole Obroni war. They see everybody with an accent as an Obroni, and you're not Obroni, and you also get higher prices, and that's like the opposite when you're in America and all of that. So you have to negotiate and bargain. How do you deal with that?
My family. My family takes care of me. So instead of me being the one that goes out there, my son, my brother, my cousin, they go. And for instance, I had a situation where I needed some wood for my garden, and the young lady that I went to who was handling the wood, I brought one of my students with me who is Kadawa, who is a student at the University of Ghana, and also my son, I call him my son, Francis. And so as I'm in the shop, the way that the woman is speaking to me, she's speaking to me very roughly, but I don't feel it, but they do. And Francis is, oh, mommy, I don't like how she's talking to you. And Kwadama was standing there like, no, I don't like her attitude either. She's speaking to you very roughly. My thing is, I don't see it, I don't feel it. So as the woman is speaking to me, she's asking me questions like, who are you, where are you from? And I told her that I'm one of the ones that was sold to the whites, that my brothers and sisters sold us to the Americans. And the call came for us to be able to come back home, and we're home now. So I would have been here and known my language. I wouldn't be the Obroni if I just hadn't been sold away. So I'm back now, and I'm asking my brothers and my sisters to have mercy on me as I come home and want to do the work for my people. And that completely changed the whole atmosphere. When the woman understood that I was one of the ones that was taken and sold and came back, it made a difference. It was, please let me help you. How can I help you, madame? I'm so sorry. Please. And I told her I would love to know, what tribe I'm from. But where I come from, that was stripped away. Language, tribe. And they can't, my brother and sister can't believe that when we came to the United States and slavery, as we were taken in slavery, that we didn't, our identity is taken, our language is taken. We are completely and totally broken down with nothing. And we have to build ourselves back up with the help of ourselves. And so once that was relayed, and she was older, just a little bit older than me, that completely broke everything. And then Kwadama was like, very good, Miss Hope. And Francis, yes. The understanding came. So the way that I approach it is I want them to understand that I am you. Because you hear something different doesn't mean that I'm different. I'm the same as you. In fact, I've done my DNA and I'm just as Ghanaian as you are. But don't hold it back from me or treat me differently because I was sold away and taken away from our country and because I'm coming back. And this is the reason why our love for the country is here. This is our people. It's funny, if we had been Tanzanian, then maybe we would be in Tanzania right now. But we're Ghanaian. And so our resources, our expertise, is to come back home and to build up our people here. Because again, we understand what has happened to us.
It is quite inspiring, and I'm sure a lot of people would get to understand that it's a matter of understanding. And I think a lot of people are not knowledgeable about the history and the past and all the things that happened to our families in the past. So there's a disconnect. They see everybody with an accent as foreign, and I'm sure if you tell people you're Ghanaian, they're going to have a problem with that.
They call me white. And I'm like, what did you say? I'm not white. Because you don't understand what we went through in America.
Yeah.
So, but my approach also is that I also recognize that the people here have suffered and they are suffering. So when they see an opportunity to make more money, it's not against me personally. It's, I've got this white lady in the shop and she has money. Let me get as much money as I can get today because tomorrow I may not have business. I recognize the suffering of the Ghanaians. I approach it like this. If you give me a good price, okay, say I want 3 dresses. You want to charge me 300 cedis. You give me a good price for those 3 dresses, I'll be your customer forever. You will have a regular income. I'll come back. And I do. I serve the same people in my community. I try because I want them to have a regular income. And I said, but if you charge me a bruni, you won't see me again. And, oh, mommy, sorry. So, but I recognize, I don't take it personal. I recognize their suffering. And the next day they may not have a customer. So they try to get as much as they can get for that one day. So it's about recognizing the suffering. Like you said, everything's not perfect in Ghana, and nothing's perfect anywhere. But any way that we can reach them and approach them, and like she says, their attitude changes and they understand. I was also surprised that many Ghanaians don't know Black history.
Yes.
They've never been to the castles.
It's not taught in schools that much.
No.
Not at all. Yeah.
And they've never been to the castles. And when I came, I started taking Ghanaians to the castles. That these are your ancestors too. All of us ended up in this boat. And this is how all of this came about. So it's a matter of educating and compassion. And we will build again.
Sure. Would you want to pay extra to be in front of the line in a long queue, or you would want to stay in the queue in Ghana?
I stay in the queue. I stay in the queue. I feel the need to be equal with everyone. I don't feel the need, even if I have a few more dollars to get in front. That's what we experience in the United States. We understand that. So that's not our position. Our goal is we are one, and we will move as one. That brings me to a project that we're working on with the modernization of Katababi School in Tinga West. And we understand that the only way that we're going to make a difference in this country is by dealing with the schools. Public school is very important. And we understand that a lot of private schools are up and coming, but public school is where we feel and where our project is going to help our young people, staff, teachers, introduce them to the history of the United States, of us in the United States, of the history of themselves. There are so many of our Ghanaian brothers and sisters who don't know the warriors that they come from, the sisters who were in power that they come from. They believe a lot of stuff just started when in 1964, when Kwame came back, or in 1957, excuse me, when the independence of the country. Ghana started hundreds and hundreds of years back. So it's important to understand who we are. And as Ambassador Tucker said, that if we don't know who we are as our history, we don't know where we're going. And that's why we want to come together. There is so much that we are experiencing where there are those who want to keep us from coming together. We understand that. That's another reason why we are here. There are young people. There are different words that I'm hearing, and I'm just gonna bring it out because I want us to deal with it. Kata. We hear these words and we want to change the idea. That's only because they don't understand who we are. There's a mixed message of what they're seeing of us on TV, and you have to understand that the narrative of us is brought to you by those who run the station. So if it's positive, it's going to be, it's more or less, it's going to come from a black narrative of a positive and pro, if we're going to get a positive narrative of ourselves there. But here, we're going to get our positive narrative. We're going to get it here. And again, that's what we're looking for. We're making sure that our positive narrative is here amongst all of us.
I'm so immersed in this conversation. Is quite profound because a lot of people are not educated on these issues. Reason why GhanaWeb TV has the Diaspora Link program, where we talk about the diaspora and our brothers and sisters out there, the history, what happened in the past and all. And I know a lot of Ghanaians don't know that we've had 2 Ghanaians before the 1900s who had even started the return to Africa journey.
Yes.
And there are so many other stories from Africa where things have gone on, but you can't find them in history books in schools. And I was happy to read about the Kotobabi work you're doing, the school there, and this is quite great. But now let's talk about roads. Yes. So adopt a road in Ghana. Who came up with the idea? Was it your husband? Is that from your husband? Yes.
It was.
Yeah.
So my husband's, in the United States, there are adopted road programs. And basically the adopted road programs deal with litter, picking up, and organizations or associations or people adopting a mile of road. Their name is put upon it. It's their, it's up to them to make sure that the road is kept and trash free. And so my husband said, what if that same idea was brought back to Ghana? Because there's many of us who would love to put money and help with the government in putting money back into the roads. So we were having a lunch and we were talking with Millie, and we told her about this idea, and she was like, I love this. Let's do this. And so it began.
It was something that was on my heart. As an ambassador to Ghana, I want to leave the legacy that I did something to help the people. The roads are deplorable. Everyone knows. When I came to Ghana and they took me to my guest house at night, I was afraid. I never saw, I was going up and down and bumpity bump. And I told my daughter and my son-in-law, where are we going? Where are we? And then I found out that all the roads were like that. I thought it was just that one area. So my heart leaped when I met Hope and her husband, because literally I said, as this is my goal, if I can help improve the roads in Ghana, children trying to get to school on rafts, falling in rivers, people can't get their products to market. The rainy season, there's no gutters, no proper thing. People's home being flooded, and every rainy season they talk about it, and it happens again. Somebody, and I have this saying that we always say somebody ought to do something. That somebody is me. If I can do something about it, that idea was so simple. That came from her husband, but I was literally for months trying to figure out, where am I going to get all this money to fix these roads? Her husband.
He found the golden key. And how long have you been developing this idea?
We just started on it really just maybe about 2 or 3 months ago. So being here and being with you is helping us promote it and really getting the information out there. There are a lot of people all over the world who have visited Ghana. They love it here and even have commerce here. This will build, it will help. Transportation is what we need, and good transportation. And even though the government is doing a great job, they are. I've seen so much progress. but we need so much more.
Yeah.
If it rains, it almost is a river. From the street turns into a river, and we can fix that. Those are things that we can fix.
To adopt a road in Ghana, who is adopting the road, and how are you going about this? What's the strategy?
So the adopt a road, as you can take up to a mile. You can do a half a mile, a quarter mile, however, whatever you like. But for those who don't know, a mile of road in the United States costs $1 million for just a mile of road. Here in Ghana, it costs $2,000 to do a road.
For a mile?
For a mile. So for 10 miles is $2 million. We can do this. There's more commerce going up and down these roads in a day that's making $2 million. We can do this. The idea of people being able to put their names on it, and we're talking about the pavement, the construction, the labor, this is all going into this cost. And we want people to understand that this is a tax donation. So you'll be able to get your money back or write off on your taxes. These manufacturers will also be able to have their name on the road. We're even bringing people in for a week if they're out of country, and they'll be able to stay for a week so that we can take pictures of them underneath the sign. We're going to do a plaque. Media blitz, we want them to understand that we are very appreciative of their donation, and this is a way to get the information out and their name in the country, to let them know that they can do something as well.
We would have to go on a break, but we'll come back and we'll talk about how far you've gone with this, because in Ghana there are a lot of processes and you need to meet all the officials and all of that. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back to continue this discussion. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and my guest, Millie Lauren Taka, ambassador. Of course, I have to add that all the time, right? It's very important. And then Hope Gary, and we are talking about diaspora affairs and what the diaspora is doing for Ghana and for Ghanaians. So we are discussing Adopt a Road in Ghana projects, which the two of you are spearheading, and as you said, is quite an interesting and important project where people would support and put some money into the project, get roads done, and it's cheaper when they do it in Ghana. So people in the US may want to adopt a road, build it, have their names on it. However, the roads in Ghana, well, they belong to the state, and you need to go through the municipal and district assemblies, and you need to do a lot of paperwork before they give you permission to even put a bin by the road. So what are you doing? Have you already gone through that process? Have you been successful?
No, we've started it, and that is my role as an ambassador. I'm grateful that I have good connections and a good reputation in Ghana with the ministries and the Office of the Diaspora, the President, and I know that we have a ways to go with them, but we will approach them and do all the necessary 1-2-1-2 that they want us to do. Also, this will bring tourism. This will definitely bring tourism. People love to have their names. I have Americans, I have a road in Africa, this is my name. This will bring money into Ghana. This will bring revenue into Ghana. And you know the politicians like that. Bring the money to Ghana. Okay. So yes, we know that we have to do our due diligence. Right now we're just promoting the idea. We're getting the word out there. I've already made some contacts at the proper ministries, and we will meet with them, and we have a proposal, a specific proposal of the cost and what we want to do. And I'm just praying that they accept it, that, accept our help.
If they say no, what happens?
We're really going to push this. I mean, there is 61% of the roads in this country that have been classified as poor according to the Minister of Roads and Highways. We want to help. I just don't see them not wanting the help. And they're doing a wonderful job with a lot of the roads that they've been working on. The President has been putting a lot of work behind this with the ministers to work on these things. But let us help. If you're asking the Diaspora to come back, then let us come back and help. Give us the tools that we need in order to help the country. And this would be a good way to give us the tools that we need by allowing a lot of the restrictions that are there to be freed up so that donations from other countries, the United States, the UK, Canada, all of them can have an opportunity. And again, we're talking about revenue streams, we're talking about e-commerce, we're talking about business, we're talking about money, and we're hoping that that will be one of the motivating factors to put them behind us.
What responses are you getting from the diaspora when you tell them about the idea?
They love it. They can't wait for us to get this thing going. Please let us know when. Tell us when. How can we help? What's the support? So it's there. It's there.
And you're expecting to finish this when? Is it going to be a project forever, or there's a timeline?
There's no timeline.
There is not. I mean, as long as there are roads to be fixed.
Long term.
Yes.
It can't be done overnight. And it's a long-term project. But if this will also help the politicians in office. Do you know the majority, every time I take a Uber or a Bolt, they complain about the roads. The taxi drivers want to charge me, oh, the road is bad. I said, that's not my fault. Lower your price. You know. So this will help them. And again, this goes back to my NGO. I'm going to help the families. And they'll make more money. Their cars won't spoil. They'll pay more taxes. So let's fix the roads and get Ghana up and running like a modern day country, which it should be. It deserves to be. And it deserves to be. And the people deserve it. And our independence came how many years ago? Too many years ago. And what other countries are much far advanced than us. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm here to help support and to get things up to par. It would make me so happy to be able to drive from Accra to Kumasi on a nice smooth road without being sore when I get there. Jostled around. Okay. So
if you are before the president right now, or let's say the president is watching, what are you going to tell him right now?
We love what you have done. We thank you for allowing us to be able to come back home and asking us for our help in coming back home. We are here. Support us and help us help ourselves. That's all we want. We want to be a support to the country. Let us.
An ambassador? Anything, any special requests?
I will speak to Honorable Nana Akufo-Addo. I gave you a big hug when you gave me citizenship. I'll give you a double big hug if you allow this project to go. I plan to even meet with his chief of staff to present the project to him and to his chief of staff and his cabinet. So we love Ghana, and he told us when we got citizenship, make us proud. Help me to make Ghana proud. Help me to make you proud, Nana. Help us.
I would love very much to meet the president. That would be so awesome to have that opportunity. And again, to express to him how much we are thankful. Because to be honest about it, that his request was the only one that we've heard as to come home. And I'm hoping that more countries will invite more of us to come back home. But we want him to know we're here and we are answering the call. We are bringing our expertise. There are more people from the United States and programs that we have, cultural exchange. They're bringing their expertise here for free. They want to do it for free. They want Ghana to be successful. They want it to be what it always was meant to be, what it deserves to be. That's our love.
Big love. And I said it in the beginning. They are coming with a big heart, and definitely we are going to see some changes if you are allowed to invest in the country and to also put in your resources in developing the country. Thank you very much, ladies, for joining us and also for speaking to all of us and Ghanaians, and also for reminding us of our history and our culture, because you are part of our history and our culture, and we welcome you. We are happy you're here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're speaking with Ambassador Millie Lauren Tucker. So we're speaking with Ambassador Millie Lauren Tucker. She is the Ambassador of the State of the African Diaspora. She's also the CEO of the Aaron Manvel Foundation for the Advancement of West African Men. And she's here with Hope Gary. She is the CEO and co-founder of FLCC Bring Back Hope. And together they are working on the Adopt a Road in Ghana project. So this project is calling on the diasporans to adopt a road, and then they get the road built, maintained, and named after them for a period of 5 years. Yes. And then after this brings tourism to Ghana, this also gives Ghana good roads, and this also fosters the diaspora and Ghana relations and makes it stronger. The bond becomes better. My name is Ismail Akwe. I hope you enjoyed this episode of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Watch us every Monday right here on all of our digital channels. Be safe.
We've been supporting Ghana with a project. Some of the money under that project has gone to finance this center. And we're now in the process of designing a follow-on digital operation together with the government. And we're trying to see what are some of the things that have worked well in this ongoing project that can be scaled out and replicated into a future operation, and what are some of the other stuff. We know that Ghana has huge potential. It's a very dynamic, enterprising country. We know, of course, that the coverage of digital is relatively good in Ghana, but still there's room to grow. And especially, how do you get more people access to digital broadband at prices they can afford, which is a big issue everywhere. You know, we find that in many countries, maybe the upper middle class can afford digital data, but it's harder for people on the lower end of the income spectrum. So how can we get digital broadband out to everybody? How can we get digital skills out to people? I think it was William who was saying in particular, used to people who would come from the upper north, upper west or upper east regions to get the training in Accra. Delighted to see that that's moving out to other areas. So right now we're just taking stock of what's been achieved, and I'm sure we'll digest that and feed it into the next operation we support.
Ladies and gentlemen, I extend a hearty akwaba, a word of welcome from a very hospitable people. All of you have come from afar and wide to our vibrant city of Accra, Ghana's capital, to join us on this great occasion. I thank the global citizen team for holding this fantastic and impactful festival in partnership with the government of Ghana here at the Black Star Square. A place symbolizing national unity, freedom from oppression, and justice for all. A big aiko also goes to all artists, partners and sponsors who saw value in this event and lend their support. I hope you'll forgive me if I single out Hugh Evans, Michael Sheldon, Simon Boss, and Chepo Mahatma Malwani, who will be is so dedicated to this cause of this festival, which is being held simultaneously in Central Park, New York, under the leadership of the co-chairs of the eminent group of SDG advocates, Belgian Prime Minister Mania Motley, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, for special mention and praise. With less than 8 years to bring about the transformation we so earnestly desire, our world sadly is not on track to achieve the 17 development goals. Extreme poverty is on the rise, inequality is growing, and our planet is heading towards a dangerous tipping point as a result of climate change. Developments which have been exacerbated by the effects of COVID-19 and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We have a limited window of opportunity to act decisively to lift millions of people out of poverty, promote inclusiveness and equality, and safeguard the health of our planet. Each one of us has a sacred and moral obligation to begin to bequeath to the next generation a healthy planet free from poverty, conflict, discrimination, hunger, and disease. I call on the youth of the world, especially, and in particular the youth of Africa, to play an active role in achieving the SDGs. The world needs your creativity, your knowledge, your reach, and your energy to help find innovative solutions to the challenges facing our world. Step up on advocacy of the SDGs, and where necessary, stimulate change by raising awareness of the socio-economic and environmental problems that plague communities and our planets. Global citizens, fellow Africans, I'm delighted to announce, together with my brother and respected colleague from South Africa, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, my co-champion in African prosperity, the launch of the Africa Prosperity Fund, the $1 billion African Fund for Africans, by Africa. It will fund strategic and transformational projects on the continent in the areas of infrastructure development, financial access and participation of women and youth, education, healthcare, technology, and sustainability, so that we leave no one behind in Africa. It will be done within the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, as we immerse ourselves in the recovery and reconstruction of our economies and nations across this great continent of ours. I extend our appreciation to Aspen Pharmacare, the South African multinational pharmaceutical company, the first to commit to this fund. And I invite other corporates and individuals alike to be part of this historical journey towards the creation of African prosperity for the Africa we want. Enjoy your evening. And who is enjoying themselves more? Who's enjoying themselves more? Us here or them in Central Park, New York? Who is enjoying themselves more? Here in Black Star Square. God bless, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
On Monday morning, September 26th, at around 9 a.m., this car that you can see behind me caught fire whilst it was on its way from the Achimota stretch heading towards Accra. But when it got to Jowulu, that was where the car stopped after it caught fire, and there was a lady driving the car as well as a passenger in the car. Well, there was a police who was here who witnessed the event. Though the police has refused to speak to GhanaWeb, from what we gathered here, the police was able to handle the issue and got some fire extinguishers from other cars to quench the fire before the fire service also came in to quench the fire and douse the fire. But from what some eyewitnesses have told us here, well, the traders and residents who were living here quickly brought water to quench the fire a little before the National Fire Service also came here to do their best. The lady who was driving the car, though, she seems a little bit traumatized and has refused to speak to GhanaWeb. Since we came, she's been on phone throughout, and well, some family members have been able to come here to console her and give her some word of encouragement. The number plate, though, for the car is NR3711, and from one eyewitness that we spoke to, this was what he had to say.
When we say I can't before, and I didn't see it. I found a soup. So I knew the way. Then I'm we no man go na. I just to my police for the one. Actually, no more fire service for on there. I'm a boom jam. That kind of just to move the banana move fire service on the boom jam. Oh, fire service on the boom.
So whilst the police and eyewitnesses here were trying to quench the fire, there was a little bit traffic over here as the cars that were commuting on this stretch were also looking on at the fire that was coming out from the car. But as at now, the traffic has been able to go down a little bit, and cars are able to travel along the Jowulu route without any form of stress or issues. Reporting for GhanaWeb, my name is Joseph Adamafiu.
I would like to think that having been an economist for so many years of your life, as an economist, the economist eye, what are some of the outstanding things you've seen, maybe just driving around in Nairobi?
What is very impressive when you get into Nairobi is just see the infrastructure. I think that it's very impressive infrastructure that you have. You see the businesses that are also all dotted all over the city, and of course you have significant industrial capacity in Kenya, and one of the larger economies in the region. So I think it's quite impressive.
You came to represent the Republic of Ghana in the inauguration of the 5th President of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto. How was that event for you?
Yes, thank you very much. I think it was a successful event from my perspective and the perspective of Ghana. I think that the successful event that we witnessed today is not just a Kenyan success story, but it's an African success story, because whenever we have peaceful transitions of power from one to another peacefully, it is a success. We always remember the old days of difficult transitions, and so since we've embarked on this democratic journey, every step, every milestone is very, very important, and Kenya is one of the bulwarks of democracy on the continent. And so even though you had very interesting elections and very contentious elections and all of that, at the end of the day, the results were accepted. There was a successful transition and a successful inauguration of President William Ruto today. So it was an African success story, and so I am very happy about that.
I'm really happy to hear that. when we're looking at Kenya and Ghana, mostly we know a lot about Ghanaian movies, Ghanaian music,
right.
But from a diplomatic point of view, what is the relationship right now between Kenya and Ghana?
Well, we have very good relations, and these relations date back from the independence days. We're two countries that obtained independence relatively early. Kwame Nkrumah, our first president, and Jomo Kenyatta, your first president, were good friends, and they engaged in the independence struggle against the colonialists and came out successful and got our country's independence with their movements and so on. But I think that subsequently the relations between Kenya and Ghana have been growing. There's a sizable Kenyan community in Ghana, and because, of course, of Kenya Airways, which has a direct flight from Accra to Nairobi, which is really the flight I came on and will be returning on tomorrow. There's a lot more commercial links now between Kenya and Ghana.
Okay.
Yes.
And you mentioned Kwame Nkrumah. I do remember I was not born yet, but I remember there's this vision he had of having the United States of Africa.
Yes.
And we have policies geared to kind of make Africa a free trade region.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a vision we can still kind of imagine for Africa? And what are some of those challenges limiting us to get there?
I think, in a sense, people like Nkrumah were a bit ahead of their time in terms of the vision that they had. And I think that in those days, the leaders of Africa were generally of that view that we needed to cooperate, we needed to be united, and all of that. And I think this is today manifesting itself in the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the idea that we've created a free trade area, the largest free trade area in the world. And this is because it is important that African countries trade amongst ourselves, because our trade has largely been with our colonial masters in terms of the pattern of trade. And the more we trade amongst ourselves, we believe that the more jobs can be created and all of that. And I think that it is an idea whose time has come. Ghana is, of course, hosting the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area. And so we are very, very passionate about it. And I think that there is a lot of opportunity and potential for us to realize it. You talked about bottlenecks that could be there in that. And I think that in the area of trade, the linkages in terms of logistics and transportation will be key bottlenecks. One of the areas where we had thought was a major bottleneck was in terms of payments and settlement. But recently, a few months ago, I launched the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, which was backstopped by Afia Bank, working in collaboration with the central banks, and that allows someone from Kenya to buy something in Ghana in Kenyan shillings, and you don't have to worry about buying a third currency like the US dollar to then trade. You can trade in your local currency. That's a major innovation, really major, and I think that will help us bridge the gaps that we have in the payment and settlement area. So it's important that we open up the skies for air flights across the continent. There should be an open skies policy and all of that. And we need to build up the infrastructure links, across rail and road across the countries. But I believe that we have the opportunity to make it happen. The dreams of the Nkrumahs and the Kenyattas and so on in the early 60s, late 50s, I think are ones that we have the ability in our generation to realize that potential.
And as we're talking about trade, we know that most of the trading in our continent currently has been affected by inflation currently in our country, something that has also been really affected by COVID-19, which hit the entire globe from 2020. How is Ghana dealing with these challenges?
Yes, I think that you are quite right. The cost of living across the world has just increased phenomenally. And this, I mean, is coming on the back of the COVID-19 pandemic, which really disrupted global supply chains and increased shipping costs almost 10 to 12-fold. And just when we thought we were recovering, then you had Russia and Ukraine come on top of that, and then you had this major increase in energy costs as a result, and food prices. And, you know, so it has affected virtually every country. And Ghana has been no exception, and I'm sure Kenya has not been an exception either, because food prices and energy prices have gone up, and they have inflationary consequences and exchange rate consequences, and they've really squeezed budgets in that respect. Of course, in Ghana, we're trying to deal with it in this context of very squeezed and tight budgets. On the monetary policy side, the central bank is trying to contain inflation through their monetary policy. There have been a number of interest rate increases to try to contain the situation. Government continues to offer free senior secondary school education to our citizens, which has also continued to lessen the burden on families in terms of costs of living. Otherwise, without it, it would have been much worse. But ultimately, you deal with this crisis by expanding your production. If it's a food crisis, then we need to increase food production. And that is how we want to tackle it in Ghana. The energy side is a little bit more difficult since we are net importers of oil, and that we are taking things really at the dictates of the international market. So we're hoping that sooner or later the Ukraine crisis will abate and bring down energy prices for all of us. But I think that government is continuously looking at ways to deal with it.
Something else, it's really good that we had this opportunity to speak to you as an economist, and not just an economist, someone who's renowned globally. I think most people don't know that you have worked for the Central Bank of Ghana, you have been recognized in the United States, and just literally across Africa. And I just wanted you to let me know, the current president, William Ruto, he won on the economic model of the bottom-up economic model. So he's bringing in the local traders and the youth. As an economist, what do you think about this particular model, not just for Kenya, but for the broader African continent?
Yes, thank you very much, Judah. I think the bottom-up economic model is just a model of inclusiveness. So you are looking for inclusion. And I think that is fundamentally a good model to go. If you, what you have seen in Africa since independence is you've had development without inclusion. So you get to a stage after 50, 60 years of independence, and then you are like, look, so many people don't even have a bank account. So many people, don't have access to electricity. So many mothers in villages die when they are giving birth because they don't have access to blood supply, and so on. So many people are excluded from the economic system. So if you are trying to transform an economy, you cannot transform it on the basis of exclusion, because that substantial population would be amongst those who are excluded, and they will operate in the informal sector largely. So I think that the idea that President Ruto has about a bottom-up model in terms of development is a good one. And I think it's one that many African countries should be emulating if they are already not doing so.
I think back in the early 2000s, I know that Ghana's inflation was at around 40%.
Yes.
And through your efforts and obviously the efforts of other people, it came back to around 10%.
Yes.
What other tips would you have for, for leaders in this continent
to do the same? But okay, I mean, we were able to bring down inflation, but inflation has also gone up again with the recent increases in food prices and fuel prices. Our inflation now stands at 31%, you know, and so on. But I think fundamentally you need good mix of fiscal policy and monetary policy. Inflation ultimately is a monetary phenomenon, but it's the fiscal that can really drive the monetary side of it. So if you can work to make sure that your balances on the fiscal side are not excessive, right? Your deficits are not excessive. It's like that you don't have to resort to monetary financing of that deficit to then create pressures on prices. Then you are able to contain inflation. We implemented an inflation targeting framework, one of the few countries in Africa at the time to do inflation targeting, and it has proven very successful. But of course, that alone is not sufficient. You have to look at the output side as well to make sure you increase production and productivity so that your supply side is also supporting the monetary policy.
During your time as Vice President, the government has also worked hard to put in place a digital agenda in Ghana. How does that translate to the economic value for the people of Ghana, and why would that also be something all countries in Africa should work towards?
Thank you very much, Judah. I think that it is true that in Ghana we have really focused and we are pursuing digitalization as an economic strategy. When you look at the world and the way the global economy is moving, you've had your first industrial revolution and second. I mean, we are now in a fourth industrial revolution globally. And it is a revolution which is a digital revolution. It is a revolution that is based on data and systems. You know, if you are an economy in this world and you don't digitalize, you are going to be left behind. And Africa has been left behind for too many of these periods. And so I believe, and it is very, very important, that digitalization is a key for African countries to leapfrog, in fact, many of the advanced economies. But we digitalize not for its own sake. It's not the technology, but you digitalize to solve problems. You digitalize to solve problems. And so we're pursuing digitalization to formalize the economy, to build a more inclusive economy, to deal with corruption, and to provide services to our people very efficiently from the government side, right? So you look at these pillars and you're saying, look, a lot of people are excluded from the economy. You don't even know who is who. So you do digital IDs for your people. So you have unique identities for everybody. Once you have unique identities for everybody, you solve a lot of problems. You cannot have ghost workers on the public payroll, right? Because a ghost cannot have a fingerprint, right? So you solve that problem, right? You have unique identity. You soon solve voter issues, you know, like who gets on the voter register. You know, how can you put names on the voter register that don't belong? If there is a unique identity, you can't. You can't. You know, so you solve that problem. You know, we had an issue of address systems in Ghana, an effective address system where you can have an address for every location, whether it's on water or land. You know, whether it's a mansion or a shack. We need addresses because you need to know where your people are. Now, we have therefore decided to go digital. And so Ghana now has a digital address system. Every part of the country, land or water, mansion or shack or wherever, has a unique digital address, which we have rolled out in the country. You know, it solves a big problem, because even in terms of e-commerce, if you want a delivery of food to your house and you don't have an address, it becomes a problem, right? So with rolling out the digital address system, we are solving a lot of problems. Directions to places, you know, because when you go and apply for a job, they ask you, what is your address, and all of that, you know, so you really solve. Then you talk about financial inclusion. We decided to do mobile money interoperability. It's not just interoperability between the telephone companies, say between Vodafone and Airtel or Tigo, whatever, but interoperability between the mobile wallet and the bank account. That is a different type of interoperability. And so we've done that in Ghana, which means that everybody that has a mobile money account practically has a bank account.
Yeah.
And so we are solving that problem of a lack of financial inclusion by doing this type of interoperability. We were the first country in the continent to do so. And it means that today it's very easy for anybody to open a bank account in Ghana. Very easy. You know, you have your national ID card, you get on your mobile phone, and then just dial a USSD code, choose one of the banks, and off you go. You've opened a bank account, because with the national ID, they have all the KYC they need on you. You don't need to go to the bank, fill any forms and all of that. It is done. You see what I mean? So there you can sit at home, buy your electricity units on your mobile phone. You can find out which car has insurance or not, just dialing a USSD on your mobile phone. You can apply for virtually all the government services online, pay online. It makes life easier for our people. So we are pursuing digitalizing and then integrating the databases. You don't want the databases to sit in silos. And so by integration of the databases, you then get the value out of the digitization process. So you will be able to tell. And one of the added things that we will get is domestic revenue mobilization. Because you'll be able to tell who has paid their tax, who hasn't paid their tax, and make it easy for people to file taxes digitally, and all of that. So I believe that digitalization is the way for African countries to go. And we are pursuing this, and we are using it to solve problems and actually leapfrogging over many advanced countries in this area. I mean, a lot of people seem to think that African countries cannot be ahead of the advanced countries. My view is very different. In fact, in this area, we are leading the way. For example, Ghana, in the area of drones for the delivery of medical supplies, blood, vaccines to poor areas. We have implemented drones. Rwanda started it, but we today are the largest medical drone delivery service in the world, the whole world.
Impressive.
Yeah, we have drones flying all over the country. Each center is doing at least 100 flights a day, delivering medicines and so on. This is technology, and we can use those technologies to solve problems. By the way, I found out about this in Silicon Valley, and I said, look, this is more, would be more useful to us, and we should implement it very quickly, and which is what we did. You should take technology and use it to solve problems. And I think that this is what we are doing. And so digitalization can reduce corruption. People can apply for a passport without going to pay a bribe, can apply for a driver's license without. You're helping the poor. You're helping the marginalized, the vulnerable, those who don't have connections. And those are the people you help with digitalization. So you reduce corruption. And that is where I think we can increase productivity, create jobs. So many people are, selling on the internet now, because there's an address system and their payment system also. People can pay with their mobile money, as here in Kenya. And, so Africa is actually leading in many of these areas globally.
It's really interesting, particularly you putting that digitization is not just for the sake of it, but having it find solutions.
That's right.
And looking at the enthusiasm you have about everything you're talking about, and I just went through your portfolio, everything you've done, and from the time you're studying at Oxford, and I'm like, do you ever get time to rest? Because I know as Vice President, you're currently sitting in different boards. I also believe you're consulting for the Central Bank of Ghana.
Well,
when do you rest?
Well, basically, I think that actually my wife also asks me that question. Do you ever rest?
Yeah.
You know, because I enjoy what I do, and I do, of course, find time to rest. But the problems are so many, and I'm trying as much as possible to help my boss deal with a lot of these problems, because you inherit them and you have to find solutions. And for me, that is why I'm in politics, right? Just to make sure you can help people solve problems.
Yes.
And that is so. I always say that maybe I'll rest later when we are done with more. But I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you very much.
Ghana will be having general elections in 2024.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure many Ghanaians are fronting your name to be the successor of the current president. Am I right? Are you working towards that as well?
Well, I think right now I'm just focused on helping my boss, the president, Nana Akufo-Addo, fulfill his vision and deliver on his agenda. We don't really have too much time for thinking about 2024 right now. I think that, you know, if you get to 2024 and you don't have a record, you will have nothing to campaign on. So right now we are focused on that, and we don't know what the future holds, but we'll focus on the work for now.
And lastly, as an economist, your main job is finding solutions, particularly on economies. And one of the biggest problems we're having in the country is having leaders who, it's not that they're not working, but they're diagnosing the problem wrongly.
Right.
How do you advise leaders? Right now we are moving into a new government in Kenya. How do leaders move forward to find better solutions to problems?
Well, I think that it's a difficult question in a way for me to advise other leaders, because they can also advise me. You know, but I think that as in many issues to do with the economy, the solutions are not really rocket science in a sense. It's about diagnosing the problem in the first place. If you misdiagnose, you will treat it, and you will not medicate properly, and you'll definitely maybe worsen the problem. So understanding the problem, talking to people who are experts in the field. You don't necessarily have to be an expert in the field as a policymaker, but you can speak to the experts in the field and get their views on these problems. But you have the sense to say, okay, this is good advice, I'm going to follow it, and then see how it goes. But I think that we should be consultative in how we approach issues, and listen to advice from the experts.
And maybe, is there any goodwill message to the current president, President William Ruto?
Well, I just met him earlier today. It's just to congratulate him for his victory and his inauguration. I just want to wish him very well. This is a major task, a major burden, but I know that God will see him through. He's a very smart man. He's been vice president for a while, so he knows what to do. And so we're praying for him, and we're wishing him the very, very best. And we are looking forward to what he does for Kenya.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Ebra no ka che me say interview you know mo frɛ wo mo e wo keep so anto to de ehun a wo de be kɔ no kɔkɔtɔ I'm this. Oh, could you put the tongue on your dear? No, the buy. No, and then another will spin. No, the bag will be different and in me. No use a bag. No, go on in your gumu. The chain of Pano Abecrami Ante. A quabo. See you also. When you mean court, I mean you and found court. Into a sack of Drukumas and this is a penny or sack of Daho. And I don't know if we're not your friends. Until my bedroom commas you, Sister Doris. I may add a channel of Pamel court. Now, Doris and her friends, Auntie, with the Asaka Cotana, Cape Kuska move. No, I bet you may say, a Juma, this time see a woman, she a hospital, the one of her year. Chacorano Coy, and I'm in a kite in the Uji or no son. Ya prayer, Yawadano. Ya prayer, I saw fat. To remember that I could ask and Doris, no, you are penny Doris and some friend. Until my prayer, I saw bread, I saw fat. Mr. Mungo so, for I less no more. Pray, come do you do moon, now catch it almost so near banner. Your flower fat into almost so fresh. Now I less no so new the Biasi. You want your honor. A poor woman, now we are fresh. Now we are fresh. Dear Sabayo, so why you know a pray? I saw phone no. I bet me ho. Then a baggy. Now you try in we are air banner. And I saw the all yen ho. Or prepare them ho. Or prepare to say that you be a combi sin so. She I saw phone in a baggy no. A woman chain. Yes, you. Now, me papa, me ne tie no, okwa yie papa ba anwumere no, e be frɛ mo. E pemende ne na wotwe mi nu a, me kan. Ye mfrɛ asɔkɔ no, afso. Ye mfrɛ no mafada. Ti some bi na frɛ me okumase no ka kyerɛ me sɛ, oba no ma hwehwɛ no a me hu no. Na mum bisa sumasi, mum bisa ne sister kunu no. Asɔ e won ho mum bisa no. Mum bisa no. So, none can yam na yet Yamma and I mean to say. A branch by your side. Your father be a so no, I'm not to 10. I'm a basso, you know, so that was until we left ye. You don't know me to 10. Yaman Rabanada says you are no Sabanada move. And I saw call. Kekus kura hono na mankas kekus no mu kura ho chi Doris mpana no o chi no no mde hanka no bo no nsa e no ya akonta na me ba no so ka kire se wo akonta na eye me fidi me so ko ho no hwi na so mienu hwi na sam asum ka akonta no asa komba kwa ma no Sata mwanya de haka kuna bona sa akona chi onto no ko kepus so wanya kepus no mwanya ko poto atubento mo de no ko e ho prison wo ne no ade chi ye enura oda mu ade chi no mo sa wo si akora no ebisa wo si akora no wo e wo police station o no nchen no mo ne a police po no sa ko Osi wadana kwa ma wahene bi wo mankasim na omosane papa no no ko omukọ mankasim okọ kire ba bi a aso wo hia osi yanya kunu yaku aso na omoso wakunu a ehe na wosie no masie ne he ne yehunu
enti de kokoti awia no kura no se yesi yaku de ofase no edina kwa mankasim tese yase no na bi ayi ofase no ekoto no ma obi wo makasi yesi na nabi na crack na odino okoto no ma no kun no tu amana de ne she ni den e woni fi ya men charge ye so ye yasi ni mu no o ka se o makasi o na nabi ho o mo koya o mo wi no kura ne branch so ja woni na mu a konya yasi ne chi no no paya na me frame kra pe ni design se na so far de na eko also okay aposifoɔ kyerɛ sɛ sɛdeɛ amu no ayɛ no ɛsɛ ɛbɛsie no nti yɛ brothers no bi no mu ɛkɔ cemetery ɛkɔ akɔpɛ ne korabea ɛkɔ akɔtu amena na yɛde ne ba ɛkɔpɛ ne korabea ɛwɔ hɔ ɛne na busua ɛgu so yɛ ho saa ntotoeɛ no.
They say that friends with benefits, no strings attached, and I assure
Don't catch
you,
feelings.
the strings will attach.
A lot of guys also find it very difficult asking for sex. Like, hey, Ama, today I want you to come around. I mean, they would let us have sex. It's so awkward.
The point is communicate. Like, look at the person, see if it's the right time to strike.
Okay.
If not, talk about it.
You agree that we should have sex, and in the midst of having sex, you told me to stop. To stop. It's like running on the Temamoto way at 100 kilometers per hour.
Making a woman orgasm is a type of skill that men who are good at it are supposed to be given medals. Right there.
The capital of Rwanda to another province called the Muzanzi, which is about 2 hours 15 minutes drive from Kigali. This is also the same province that gorillas can be found, which I'm super excited about. We are heading to a massive place in Rwanda, which is called the Bedrocks Cultural Village. I hope you enjoyed this vlog. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share.
So guys, while on our trip, guess what? We are here and you can see the city of Kigali from here. Look at this, so beautiful. We are back again, Charlie, still here in Rwanda. I'm at a place called the Bedrocks, and here is where banana beer is. This is my first time hearing banana beer, and I'm going to be trying it for the first time. I'm super excited you all are coming along. Right here in Rwanda is the banana beer. Let's go, let's experience everything that happens here. Let's go.
Red Rocks, it is a it have two types. One, it is a Red Rock Cultural Center, where it is a social enterprise. Means that it says these tours, and it says restaurants, where it is a non-profitable organization. Its main purpose is for sustainable and conserving the nature around Volcano National Park. This is a campsite where we have camp tents, and we have other fixed tents. We have so many kinds of tents. Every day they come by doing some activities like a basket weaving and even cleaning and even doing whatever. There they have community art gallery, means everything they do here you found there on Community Art Gallery. Okay, thank you so much. I wish you, all of you, to come and sit, because here there is your seat. And we are going to start by first step, where we are going to peeling our banana. First of all, we are going to wash our hands. In Rwanda, we focus on hygiene. Yes. All of you, experience. The experience means all of you, we are going to
work together.
Yes, to work together. Yes.
Can I just peel it?
As one. Yes.
So you're going to peel. And then you peel it.
Yes, you peel like that. And then the fluid you put inside here.
Okay.
Yes.
Allowed to taste some banana, so I'm about to taste the banana. This is very sweet banana.
Okay, now as you see, this is our banana inside the breathing tube, and then this is our spear grass. In our local name, we call it spear ishinje. Ishinje. Ishinje means we use it is a plant which is to be on some mountains of Rwanda. Yes, and there are some people who import them in Uganda. And then we are going to put inside here and then try to mix in two positions. 1, 2, 1, 2. By smashing activity. Smashing activity. This grass, it is like a filter. Yes, it is like a filter where you put here and then try to mix. And then juice try to come. Yes, in the some press.
And it's really fun out here.
You're going to go in a two position. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yes, left to left, left, yes,
okay.
Yes. grasses is also like a filter. It means, as you see, there is a spear grass inside and even in the banana.
Yeah.
Where the juices is it's a cum. Yes. It means this is our juice.
Yeah.
Yes. It means we are going to separate by using this material. And we are going to test.
I have my banana beer. Cheers. Cheers. Cheers, my love.
Cheers.
Cheers. This is how it looks like. So this is the final product. When this is left for some time, it ferments and become a beer, just like how palm wine is made. So I'm going to be trying it for the first time and let you know how it tastes like. Wow. It's actually very sweet. It's sweet. It has it's sweet. It's sweet just like banana juice without the fiber, and the back tastes like the grass because of the grass that you use, but it doesn't. It's not bitter. The back taste is not bitter. It's actually sweet. This is nice. You should try this. This is a beautiful experience here, and I love everything. The women are so nice. Everyone is just fun. Yeah. So cheers once again. I have a little left, so cheers. Thank you so much. So they served us with some maize and wait, give me potato, please. Thank you. So this is sweet potato. It's very hot and yeah, very hot, and it's nice. Yeah, sweet potato looks different from the ones that I've seen in Ghana. Ours is a bit whitish or yellowish. Sweet potatoes.
Okay, enjoy.
Welcome. So I'm going to try my hands on weaving this. Yes. This is how it looks like. So
if it's possible, give that basket to madam, and then you continue there.
So to give this.
Things ready for there.
Aww.
Yes. And then
I think it's very similar to crocheting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We dance our cultural songs.
Yeah. Ah, nice. experience. So guys, this brings us to the end of this experience. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed the whole experience of banana beer making and the dancing, the cultural experience. If you want to come here and experience everything, it's $45 per group. So you want to come here with your family, you want to come here with your friends, whenever you are here in Rwanda, whenever you are here at the north, whenever you are here at the Bed Rocks Cultural Center. Until next time, I want to say subscribe, like and share. Until next time on my next video from Rwanda, I love you all. Mwah.
Friends with benefits. Oh, no strings attached, and I
don't catch feelings.
The strings will attach.
So a lot of guys also find it very difficult asking for sex. Like, hey, Ama, today I want you to come around. I'm in the mood. Let us have sex. It's so awkward.
The point is communicate. Like, look at the person, see if it's the right time to strike.
Okay.
If not, talk about it.
You agree that we should have sex, and in the midst of having sex, you told me to stop. To stop. It's like running on the motorway at 100 kilometers per hour.
Making a woman orgasm is a type of skill that men who are good at it are supposed to be given medals. Right there.
For just so Jana to a year lindo say near Afia Schwarzenegger won't beef anymore. Say a fro doom jaffo communication so to me a bedroom. Just say, Kwa kuna fear why you won't fin sema waka to say Biaka one band. Now what you made the moon seminar bro. Nasana what she answer. Black Sheriff releasing him. Sako dear releasing him. Ne moon seme dear chi. Nansam dear doors. So him said, I'm a mammadan. Ama Brony. My son saw about and call more her on GhanaWeb TV. That is a was so good soon when you that's what I wish. Where the end check what my end trying home. Now your coba and 70 dear. Oh my God, it's a theater bank. My best standing in a guhama. Me brother akwaba I who sad and search say entertainment industry emujist latest trends beef bia koso news bia wan shada ante ho asem and the ones are celebrities so making headlines omo ho asem any debate to draw hat na ochi de ensem bebre akoso men kan na da not unum say kwem ha de per violence akwa to say peace de ya gbeni bidin any de din keke na che say e ba krom ha say ne say hu say uba do any social media say violence because but TikTok then I say how quiet say honum dey asem kofo betwe camera si won so na we didi won ho antem kofo just say dey asem mo ya divert na tokwa bi apie wo ho eye lindo say TikToker an eye Felicia say ne mami but this ne baba ko so friend is sexy journalist mami ya tell na making na I say months bi atwe mo ne Afia Schwarzenegger benya menti me ho ase bi but say wo gu won ho ani ma se poto na nsem ni dey say wo tototo mane won ho a but Linda ba out be cast ne mba ne na kasa sana de bia amoka yele nim say yampa mutumi kwan lafe de ba ko peso o twini hu fia no so ne sofo bi ne na kasa ne kunu bi ne na kasa ba we de Linda se ne ma ene na kasa nti we jai mo no akoso se ne ma no kwa suspended no nti e fi se on ye fia asem ne de an akoti akoko ba nim se fia do se ye friend violence tina ukoka na je se won fa ne ho nche ne ko obedidi wa tempo poto je se wo ye hena MP president hena wo ye hena Afia de be ma left and right na eye na wotwi ya wan sanso akajegu won tokwa wonimu na we de ekoba se eye ye de video bi course em say Afia eja be Linda and Linda chief phone sinu so Afia mesrew for the sake of our children eye maya ye woni so de maye enko sa line na ye fa mu sometime ago ye ntwa so a na nka asem de na asem ko na eye Afia se hifa wo ye ntwa so na wo delay num ne san kwafo am ne wa kofi ahia na Donald Mesbel na obo de na say na oba na ebe kwa wo se ye ntwa so nti Afia de we ntwa so na aya Linda edin se me betu dwa o trema eye Afia Schwarzenegger ne ba ade pena no maami ense fata so o kita nte se bia abofo hwe no o chema wo afia wo no monsa utumi ba live be eyobo nsam tawa ibi uroli bi na wo hye na abofra yi gina ho no manti nyama bi ni suben bi a wa dandin ense enfata obi a otumi hweba ze be yanka social welfare fo beje abofra yi nsem yode tu dwa na che ankoye afia de o chirema video bi ono so ba hunso no so be club back hunso ote honum na ase ekitansa hunso afia de enche na wa bodua nti dua yi bi no ba bebo filiation wa ba filiation say ene ni nua was friend sexy journalist mama Linda ne meyi na wa bo dua o chirema o se wo ba omu be film sebio na akopon e bobo ni party we just hoping say rain but say me bo hono maya it can have an impact and they ain't mean chere but Linda chirema sem no wa kan also no de onu afia be chia nka so wo de also aye say pupe say wo kam ho asem na afa hu debi is Linda so ne be chi we de chi tornado any baseball of beef bio Linda so ne be chia nka say na nsem ni mu nsem Linda aya wo na aya wo ne maame ne papa waka baby ne mei ni ade na che say sometimes I go asemo mo kan say mo pese mo beef mo ho a aka mo nya mpanyifo mo aka mo beef mo ho na mo mana mo di won rerem no won say dance as but na unu say industry mu da ye pe beef intiama broni me di mani di echi say nsemi be echi so mo be seize fire so mo be koso akoso a se na etibia me de mu nsem nyina e ba betudwa
sa wotumi chiafia akuabin polo command 90 days say won kodam dia e wo say mo fia so ase ka mo kofa pena free honum social service for afia so ase na gantiment ti obi ba
I say the Felicia say Lindo say sexy journalist ni Afia as ne gansem ni koton chen na watwi mu Pastor Love Kweku Hamon Obapa Christy ne former husband ne ex-husband say na betri mu o de nsem bia ba betujo twem also no Obapa Christy em say ne albums back mako 8 ono no ye hu adwuma but that time no wanya afa so bia profit bia ni so ono ankasa obo ne bra nti ska wonya ya na say obeka so bia ne yiri ni bo onwom no wonya hu ska didi mo say nya sa net o say nya no kware uti so bi kasa asema sini hu se nya no kware o chemo so no see so no then times no friend bantama lover boy o se na den o se ni cars Porsche cars ya na no ride latest any time no na wa trouble ho se na say ayen kofo trouble won ka no ho lover boy into lover boy na ne be ye ni nickname what ya say na echiri se kofo be ye ne o be fa nyankopon ne be fa Christ na say o share say nickname na ba ye popular nti no the fast say love nti ni din Pastor Love na nya say ni nickname then times now then time is a lover boy no chima say na me so pen ankasa na che say o jana na so ankasa o say no onye na mafudi bia am say me apemu no then times Pastor Love chemo say onu ankasa o twe ne kai say na kofo boje ne so also no ne we ye furniture business na de wo ne brand nya de say bia na say ya nti o say ono de no onye mre oni time no o ye lover boy ankasa na so no betu nyam say Lover boy in a coachy or Bapa Christiana, but no they mean to me infantry. But when you say 1 hour and some be a birthday jazz and way journey a day. A Pastor Love interview or Mashasi TV show no chemo so no day. The year no, Ja wo Jani no the sobon bono. Also ya Bapa Christina e kwose omu divorce no. No need be kan no sanso katu dwase. Also no, no ma watwa ma ne yire. Ni nyama bebe oye nyina we nya ho faso ntima mu ngira bebe nkase ne yiri nwom no boy na o de fa ho nya no o se debi o so no o reason for some time as a ministry nwom no de abetudwa o so sanso ye TikTok video bia na focus na obo high life we chi oba daddy lumba we chi o se enye onu de hu nothing wrong with it o se one wo trust anyu daddy lumba fu nyina yakopon na ma wo inspiration to no de obebo nwom na all right but o so no me repem no o se na aya o ye say any time so say me repem no onu ankasa obesa ase ministry no na okaka ho o de church wo so no onya broken heart say na muka say na say de bia say oba life ni ade TikTok videos mu say broken heart o say de bida o say oba pakisi Georgia no say onu de o ye hard guy wonya broken heart no mani jenwom ho jese mu tsenwom na mu di twamo na ase na mu de mu videos ni ade na watchi de nwom for latest two bia betuja from two of our best musicians, Sakodie and Labadi featuring Kim Promise, and a Blacko nie Kweku Frempon, or the new one, yes, to your friend is Soldier. Not to say, no media, I say a clashe. Now, Twitter or Chema, now who a Blacko, Sack, the Betu just or Babe releasing your Muzu Babe releasing you, and there was a conflict of interest final because about Charlie. We know a big artist, or be a bet me releasing you at any time. I'll be better overshadow. So, as our conversation, I'm when the Yasha and Tasama for Chima was a Black Serif. Soldier aba overshadow sa kwade ni senior man ni senior colleague labadi but sometimes that's a mokasa bebre they are different people like you get what I'm saying obia won the market na enjoy nyum na bebe se me bisa mo nyum ya baba to je yan certificate black sheriff there so ja na ya modana I just say it was like a big hit to send any previous ones binum chema black audio he doesn't have any bad song nyum bia to obia so obo wa go beat so krampa we say ye na mafo chema we say akoye to say street gospel so ja no tie ma say ni motivation na mafo keka me who saw trend what Twitter must say we there enyoma touch so no black you are very fortunate because you don't be too hobby like it's very real is Ghana for the open fifi mu would be better but no so we there nye but obi a enjoy Ghana full support pan the main candidate e black sheriff no ma aba beto do new one see obomodi na we stream bi na just say e be try na see no co fine no co pressure no co chief of Igbo community of Ghana just say Empress guilty na just say Igbo community Nigeria former tribe Igbo no mu community be Ghana ha na say the one bonidin so baba ye won chief na ni din say da so chief Igoma Empress guilty and ye one or the mufwa na ni event yasia wo born sa woman sa title na just dressing won so she emerald green type Nigeria for one dressing bi na sa won coral beads bigu ne kon ho bigu ne hase ni ana ni ho ye fa nkasa na just onim say Empress there no co pressure just say dressing all the toes one nkasa makeup on point ni just say everything was on point na no so obere mo do ne yere ene Mr. Hopes na doye one onu su jana yere nche na tese support wo frɛ won ko je certificate ni kunu na ejina ho na tese onu su chema mama ne yere blessing so onko no ye chief of Igbo community no mo Ghana ha se na tese event ni de tese wu nse na tese idi asaw ne ade GhanaWeb ye cover na tese odi tu just also no de why you ready pan say title no mode ato no so no so be bomode na tese ni contribution bi obaye ma community no so one for one to my pay from obaye they say they all share Empress gift here Empress gift keke or ye chief of Igbo community Ghana.
Day like this, historic day like this for the Igbo community in Ghana to bestow an honor on me as Chief Igoma Empress upon Adoye. Chief Igoma means beautiful eagle.
Prophet Kumchacha wakasa ayo chiremo se men's gold for mo amuska kodimalo ke beye mfin hene te se mo atwe na mo na twe atwe se onfa muska ma mo abanje muska ma wo se mo de mo nka ma akoma ntomo yem so se 2024 ne party KPP ne se mo bomode ana mo to aba ma ne se crane na obetine kunya no so se Ghana mampehi muske biaka one seed important ko beje ni nyina fi na mo ama nti je se we de mo nsempa nti mo bomode ase mo beto ama no se mo nto ma no ene de gina mo so se mo bese mo nya muska ne dia no akaka hu se o so no de so be president anam one o se case ne de ehu hia bo se ba ko di asem na be ka se we di for na se we di o se straight life imprisonment say na judge nya kase we say we default say nkofu sika ne kokemu ni ade na say ni nya me bi oye na ankoye ma sansem ne bad ne odo akotumu life imprisonment be kase ase kumtata wo ya kasa too much wa onim say mampenye konye sebio uri nya ye de faith bo ho kan ho ye den kura uri nya say ha ho kura nkose wuska na mo amokasa asem no kumtata say nkopom betua moka ene de no okanya me na meka and others some be same journalist na UTV mu ko shia ho na che se woka so kumchacha say kwa foreign tournament men ha ho no so no say wo Nyankopon betu che se one de ba be ku no de se be wo de ni che se so obe pai no so nsema waka no say no so far wo say peace na che say munyina that day shall all maybe one e fine ne ko see mu ma peace in raining no so de ko pai obi eni so cause wa che na adwin che say oy president wuri nya na se be ne me nkebi se na waka so wa obeye Nyankopon je sa so de dua bi atomo so ne ade ntimi de me nkebi but me bisa mo 2024 se ne ye kona mo se mo pe change na fine ne ko si se mo na ntew ko dina wi abrani so koto aba mo beto ma eye kumchacha na
obi bia ni sika wonam wan ho bia se KPP ba na prophet kumchacha me beji 2 minutes 2024 Maji obia sika ma no
finally ye Queen Elizabeth na eyi ni tese yan ye tese wan pene krabre kra nti ye dan na samwa pa na nka pa sanka ye je yi ni bre tu fo na nka tezeja odi amamre hyehye so na tese oye yi ni mamka makama na nya nkoba ne sa nti tese dan na am se wura ho kakra but dan na asem de nu tese de na asem de de beto nchen but eyi asem na ma beka na ye Queen Elizabeth the second eyi omuye ewo eye UK de young Ghana man another dan Kufuado no can a selected few president at say a man paying for we invite on no quarter in a year in a quay and a Madame Rebecca Kufuado now say who's on the your pestal on yet to say be a one word dress over dress or dress according to the age and then was any body fine now Ghanaian designer be funny as I don't know designing a year atari man that is a formal session no so share a year some turban fine to morning club I won't say none of who frank that is original new queen chair and a walk up banana Obiodo Kunoni had say once were representing come now Queen Elizabeth what your names and conform many pictures trending and they will pay tribute to her and now nipa back will pay tribute to the Queen a year reala and to new reala no posty Queen no castle where they rest in peace no sounds they send any condolence and my royal family no na for say hey who slave master Nkofia wo be Ghana so gold close end time see na say we wan kama ni wu nkwa na ka wo de be ka so we na rest in peace hena na won say be do per violence so say rest in peace peace na you be dinga na say then peace bang na say okeke gu ho na say amafututu be ma reala na no say reala dia oh my lord obe respond na ba ko be share obi comment ka say who slave master na fa na reala so no dey be she doesn't live in the past. Or no dey so far as o tia se ombu eye Queen Elizabeth or any slave master nti ono dey mu yini fi hu mu na mu bu no so ye mu slave master na say whatever mu fa ne sa na ono dey hu ni sa na me pese me bisa ada na ye bi no ha ye mu pese celebrities mo pressure sa obi a post bi well and kwa ko post ya mu say ye ni slave master na dey no glorify or no is a choice mo pressure sa mu nya sa de na enfata mo sister ahine pankasa o ahine pankasa there's say good bees don't rattle you get what I'm saying eya Emilia Brobe onu say ba industry mu herself ba so no tuntum kama won sheda antini eyi controversy bia dey be she just living her life o man wa man fa me ko ba ko kakra na just was spicy enyum kakra Emilia more pressure just my pressure and back to back na what you who say picture bia beto abont na follow Emilia Brobe on Instagram sometimes we be na say fie bi wa nante enim kakra say interior BF but because hoye ni fi but you know the place is very nice. Now video about to abonte confirm say baby I am hu na ye utwa flash kakra man e ni fi na te say wo ka say Emilia say na shawo sa just say theater bank situation bi na ya say umfa ntu mu say wa ya no ma ye hu ene be show iPhone ya atin komana sesa pepepe na video ni betu dwa na te say ma say Emilia say na wo taste na te say un say fi honom wa speke enyoma sisi honom na te say it was so nice but ma fu chema un say bi no honom anya kasa wo be felice bi Emilia Bobo niska ba wo hwe dan we kukure si ho pa ne emu interior ne emu niama ne anaje say video ne twa ya twa kosi ni washroom na jacuzzi bi esi na say mo ma pressure here na twa video here na leaky anase mu say Emilia na nkasa no de beto abontin to prove a point amake abebrese I Ghana ni sini train your sanso a movie producer de abeto dwa say also no mo man be yes 5 years obe win Oscar amagana just say ochema she's been working hard. I don't know so do we need to fema say Ghana say movies are producing modern boy yebo. Erin che say bia amphibia dey enim kakre. Oscar yen so baby ni bi na say ye dey break sa e record no say Ghana had dey obi anu aweje e Oscar awards ni bi but also no dey obebo modern anu aweje bia ba na me ode be to jana mu say manfo anye ni to me focus e ye fa nkoje ode mu gina ho say dey currently ye enim to for wo ho ban wo bo ho modern no be say nche bia na say Grammy ye eje na movies so je Oscar na just say ye kwani nti amake abebrese mo de mo man 5 years enche kro be ye sencheni bi ama Ghana fo me de mejedi pa te say anya de to me fo ne me de merintie mu asem amake abebrese mo che say me ye ma mo movim kwana koje Oscar na man nti we de amake abebrese rekwa koje Oscar na mama ye koje ye break account mo me ye twa yon kakra ye kwa bansem ne de be break kwa ndada Papa akwaba na say nsem ye dusu de je say good news Ghana ni sini training maoliga for so wa be ware wa drop pre-wedding photos into girls na mo say fresh boy na mo feel this opportunity da hono de afa mo kon ho so abeware sister be onye Ghana ni friend Remia I know say oba akoko fine yes no ho ye fan kasa na won pre-wed ya say wo hye white bi na wogina ya say be do bi anim na te say wo sir na say obeki sika kra na mo flaunty relationship man ye fe but when say Maulidi he had kept his relationship private na he said that he say mo amodi tari ni ase na de bia mo twa picture na fine ne kosin but say de mo na nka mo hwe say bia anke beto mo lies so ne de we de afa mo kon na me say information about to about e binu create allegation bi na abese mo de rumor bi be frame na de but onim say ha de rumor de yen fa anya adwuma correct source nse me confirm news na me boss nti se na e kan say Maulidi gavo congratulations you what here na say no kware shatabando richest billionaire in Africa. Wawari kama obeka na oche na meje show say Sajabando o say picture bi ebe tu na o say wow ba baby boy na nchekwa na so obere mo odon obi on ne wo hodo pe so hye ne nunyam ne say wo man ne de ne kama abofra hu say abofra kokko no kama menim so se ne mama na so se ne papa owo man ne wie no Sajabando unim say ope so hye obi ye nunyam no ware ne say why na yerfo kama na sister yi picture si ebe tu na hu say so se ne ho be ne wo ho na ne kunu no so ne onunyamfo berema otene nchen where di ye fena say manfo hwe mu say mu hwe na mo kon ado aware na me say mu ka say D for that ben and we the man ka say D for that ben mo ka the same D for that ben say na mo kama other ones D for that ben mo tap in na where di be to je manfo say Shatabando muze muke kan say but love is love you know say love wins they binum ka say sister na dey ska bi tarebre yi hu no ware na what day mukasa too much obi na to ne do mu na so be ware na fe na mo pese mo connect ze mo say fear women say una wo say won be no be pass you get what I'm saying but in here can say Shatabando no na yere ze minu say be friend she bando. Yeah, mama, congratulations. Ayo, now watching dear rapper Kofi Jama koso. Or the same betuja ewo Twitter. Na Mankasa me who imagine that baby. I'm trying to read between the lines and get his points. I'm off my brain to say and some of the betuja and kay like what dream one pasum. Also wish ma. Yes, slavery. Yena na no match say what ya bofi be fa won wo do won ko slavery. So we ma slavery no enya great impact. O say na ke ye ne crap mo say ke dem fa so abre na mo say slavery am yan nananum yi wu ya te senkofu gisa ya de a wo fem e de na wo ka say wo impact ba de muntie na asem na wo kan tweet bi o de be tu just say they were delete sa tweet but me person me kan so say people will kill me for this but our ancestors really knew what they were doing when they sold most Africans into slavery. There's a great impact on the world as we see today. I swear, we wouldn't have had the likes of blues, R&B, rock and roll, rap music, and hip-hop music. Into a chemos as I knew me in journals here to say, Jan and Nancy, and I'm slavery in this one and by one fan so wow. Also, wish a year to Fubi to say Michael Jackson, Kanye West, Virgil Abloh, Jay-Z, LeBron, Sanko Funakakai, one in us slavery and a beer who kwang na mafo say na slavery there we have to condemn it. She said 50 all the years and I say you can impact as slavery nya won. Na ka positive benewum. And I say mu say ye na ye anti Kofi Jama say no say his opinion, it's public opinion be betumi a share na age but we dey amafo chema one fan one kan ye kwa. Na say insem no koso na say na wo ba hye na Kofi Jama kasa be delete post no wie no so pamocho wo say on there mfa ne bone nche wan kan ye. Nti sesem no kan ni na wo say watwe asam. Na watwe de ye ko bia ne ho ahyehye ne pan ka de be ma ni fa ne. Anu say Ghana ni ntuni o de nsemi betuja. O ye interview bi on Halifax no de nsemi betuja no chiremo so no de. Enkranfo me ampen but on wan kasa mu na no so mpewon. O so hwe mu kra wo ye lazy sebio. Ono no kanye me na me because wo ye lazy na chese won san so mpedwuma na etrebu ska omutumi spend ska wo yi ntama obi okoyi kwana mfa wo hu na chese ska wo be blow ntama no so ka wo ye mkra be hyew. Na so ne betuja na mafo chem se who say a gun women a lazy or moon page na one can ye not as a wall bashing and a bishop was ah now come before from Ponka what would think can we and crane as a open say what by Cabby Biafra and while as open so beso ya yogi and winning massy a benumusi I know some requiring or kind me mean tias in inter or ni funny yardry a benumus one can ye and I just say maybe so born is so to say what can be chen but ni funny a release rabbit I am sorry and some more kind one can ye into the new dima or a guy community okrum has an income from okrum hanging or some funny bonnet chances in the some of the can send workers will be patcham funny bonnet chances some already at Jubra moments here cause or patcho. I also on yes sabians mo fan chen why e pa mo chow man se hini ye bo afere se den se ma betu dwane se wa kan chine gu wa ye yakopon de na ye otiase no yedwuma wa ye Sumpa FM na ye September 17 ne betu dwa se na je se NOK baby na was it se ne hu fa ne kakra na wo de ne call hospital wa rush ne hospital na je se wa be ye yakopon de se de industry ni se mo mo ne mo se ko social media ko pay tribute no wo se ono de ye ka talk show host that se wa bo ne hu modern pa otiase adwuma wa bonede ese weni na ense okachin se de ya ka ne se busuafo ne adofo a te se na mo relate to martin ne ma munyina ya last na everybody go chop breakfast and sanum na ye burner boy de betu dama fo chema we de any former girlfriend I Steve London no boss sanum ne man na te se ko fo chema as Steph ase a woman na won beja be won ho ne ade hu cheda hu baby esi benum chema wo daso do won ho but don de abetu da so no de osra mara bebre oni eye bena boy je beze afini ekoni but na nkofo nim se anka weja long time de dada no sazo ka juja se also no de oni ni jai be sine on train panada also no de ko relationship mo se odi ni hu nyina evre na jasa onu aye ne se bia be kopia ware nya so oni do ye sankasa ba hu se last na 170 breakfast I se na bena boy ye nim se na ye ne photo mu bia de bia mo so no be se omo attack mo se de hu nsem no mu no kware but Steve and to the two just also no de time on in war honum they were good, you know, they had fun, they enjoyed their time, but so na mafuka se ni last no me abesuja as job to no so no de se mo am na muti mo na betumi decide but ono de ochema also no se de so we ka so fa onyu ntwini bi sa so twempena onjendi but she's open one kase wa to na kuma se na mu nya we was 7 breakfast na mu nya broken heart na kase o me ndo bi o de also no de there is still hope but on fan to just say and no be call out so now yen de yen shende nim ai na what trade ama broni enkomono de na bi wo ho ankasa Afia hwas ne gane lindo say ku an wo text what say aye beja na me di mu sembremo new release our industry mu ni ade start code ne black economy me se mo nya bi eti na se mu rate am mo nse mo be rate na fa amake ababreso no so beja Oscar Magana mo se mo nya no kware ba me de me hwe ni mpa me de me keep save the date 5 years by now it's possible me de me je di pa cause ye boy ye homodin me kan dada ye boy ye homodin ga we just need some little push to make it. Now what we say in some of the entertainment news, celebrity news, beef, latest trends, fellas in am there the baby na ba betuja. Na me sanso me minimum wie you. Na what we here ye wo me am the minute of them. Ensem bi e be koso bia da se ne. Ye be sanso e share ma mo share video ma feedback na me hu nyina na me kan se me dama se papa. Mon kwaswa na mon share. Se go me catch mu se in community e wo ho ankasa amabroni makramo.
And welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Today's edition features a mobile application designed to collect data from business operators and predict consumer sentiment. This app also helps business owners to make more informed decisions to satisfy customers. My colleague, Maoli Aholumega, has more.
Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. On this edition, I'll be speaking with a young man who's been able to develop a web application that allows business owners to know how their customers are feeling, amongst other things. Before I introduce my guest, I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. My guest is Kwesi Kofi, the Chief Executive Officer for GhanaWeb. Kwesi, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good to see you again.
Yes.
Yes. So, I understand you have a web application that allows you to know how your customers are feeling about the product and services. What went into the idea of developing this web application, and what exactly is the whole application about?
Okay, so GhanaWeb is a big data and AI firm. So our core mandate is to help companies understand their customers and their operations better. So in developing the platform, which we call Lucent, by the way.
Lucent, okay.
Yeah. So Lucent essentially means that anything that gives off light. So in developing the application, we're hoping that by customers using the platform, they'll be able to shine some light into their data, be it about their customers or about the business itself. So Lucent has 3 modules.
Okay.
So we have the customer analytics, the business intelligence, and then we have the risk 360.
Okay.
So the business intelligence, essentially what that does is that it helps customers or our customers get reports about how their business is performing. So I'll give an example. If you're a retail firm, how many products has been sold, how many new customers you have, how many returns you have. You can automate that process. A lot of businesses do that manually. So they'll have an Excel sheet, they will import maybe the data from some software somewhere, and they input it and then prepare management reports. So for any business, it might take them between a day or 2 to prepare those reports for management. The problem with that is that that is not instant, that's not real time. So the tool that we have developed called the Lucent BI, what that does is it plugs into all of these data sources and then gives a live dashboard. So that a manager sitting anywhere in a part of the world can know how the business is performing in real time. So that's for the BI. Now the customer analytics takes it a step further. So the BI part is the first part of data analytics, which is more about statistics, which is more about descriptive and reports and things like that. Customer analytics leverages on machine learning or artificial intelligence. So what that does is that it enables you to understand your customers better, gives you deeper insights. So with features, something like which customers are likely to leave. So as a business, the cost of acquiring a new customer is way higher, up to 5 times more than what you spend if you wanted to retain one. So it's always prudent to be able to predict which customers are likely to leave, so that you can have intervention programs to retain them, maybe offer them discounts or give them additional promotions or things like that to reactivate them. And a lot of companies are not leveraging on their data to be able to do this. I'll give you an example. Sometime about a couple of weeks ago, I saw an ad in the Daily Graphic, and this was a bank which was advertising to customers who had left their account dormant to come and reactivate. But the bank has this information, so this is something that they should be able to tell ahead of time, how many people, and prevent that from happening. So it was, it was a big shock to me. But then again, it's a growing industry, so a lot of companies are beginning to learn some of the advantages. Now with the risk 360, which is the last part, what it does is it helps businesses identify risk elements. So if you're a financial service provider and you are giving out loans, you want to be able to predict who is likely to default. Now how the Lucent works is that it takes past data and we build AI models that we train the AI models with the past data, so it is aware of the environment of that particular business. So it's able to predict. So based on past behaviors of particular clients with particular traits, if you bring in a new customer with a similar trait, can be able to predict that this customer is also likely to default or things like that. So essentially, that's what the Lucent platform is about.
So the Lucent platform, it's more, can I say, it's predicting customer behavior, right? So what was that key thing that you found out? You've been operating, the web app has been working for some time. What's the one key thing that you've noticed about the behaviors of the customers?
So, well, the thing is that for every business, customers behave differently. It depends on one, the kind of business, the kind of industry. For some businesses, it's very easy to lose a customer because there are a lot of alternatives. And so, what we've always advised is that with these AI models that are available for use, businesses should be able to have data sets, large enough data sets, to train these models, so that the model can predict more efficiently or more effectively, more accurately, based on past data. So behavior is essentially different. Yeah, when it comes to different customers. So a retail business will have customers behaving differently from maybe a telco or a financial service provider or things like that.
Kwesi, I've been learning quite a lot from you. I'll just take a quick break. We'll be right back. I've been speaking with Kwesi Kofi, the Chief Executive Officer for DataWare, and they've developed a web application that allows companies to predict customer sentiment about the services and products that they are offering. I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. I've been speaking with Kwesi Kofi, the Chief Executive Officer of DataWare, and we've been talking about the web application that they have developed, which is helping companies to predict customer sentiment about the products and services they are offering. Kwesi, I've been learning quite a lot from you. I want to come down to the type of businesses that are using this platform. You've been running for some time now. What are those companies looking out for?
Okay, so the key thing about the platform is that it relies on data. So for industries that do not generate a lot of data, they might struggle using the platform. So from our time in the industry, we've realized that a lot of the industries that benefit the most are companies in the financial services, companies in the retail business, companies in health and education. There are some use cases that they can rely on, but that that's a whole new conversation because of the stage I think the industry is at. Now, like I said, the Lucent platform relies on data. So these companies have to have they have to have matured in terms of their IT architecture, because we're talking about digital data. Right? We have a partner called Think Data that we've teamed up with to help companies that do not have digital infrastructure to move from physical or paper assets to digital assets, so that they can transfer their information or data from the physical form to the digital form. And then we can do the analytics on that. So companies must begin to look into the future, because the future is data. Not even the future, data is already here.
It's already here. So we are living in it.
We are living in that age now. We are living the information age, Industry 4.0. So a lot of these companies need to begin to think about their data strategy, how they're going to leverage data to compete. What I've also realized is that for these medium-sized companies, this is the way that they can compete with the big boys. Right? Understand your customers better. Deliver personalization at scale, so that every individual customer of yours feels special, because you know exactly what they need and you can deliver that. instead of having a one-size-fits-all, right? So once you're able to deliver that experience to the customer, then you have become a better option, and you're able to compete with the big boys who have, a lot of funding and can, try other things.
Okay.
Medium to small-size businesses cannot experiment. One experiment gone wrong can collapse the country. So data is a way that all of these businesses can compete.
Okay. Yeah, so we're wrapping up. I want to come down quickly to artificial intelligence. I'm sure you'd have to deploy some form of AI in the Lucent as well. How is artificial intelligence helping you use this app?
Right. So artificial intelligence has a lot of use cases. And artificial intelligence is an umbrella term that covers a lot of things.
Okay.
For now, the part of artificial intelligence that is gaining the most traction is machine learning. So what machine learning does essentially is pick past data, learn from that, and be able to predict future happenings. So typical applications of artificial intelligence are, your virtual assistant, your Siri, your Google Assistant, and when you have the self-driving vehicles. So how these are built is that you take past data of driving experience. If you are going at this speed, it's a car maybe this distance ahead of you. When do you apply your brakes? So it's all about decision making. Yes.
All right. So Kosi, we are wrapping up. I want to find out from you, why should up-and-coming businesses and already existing businesses use this web application? What are the benefits of using this application?
Okay. So, you see, data is a very expensive endeavor if you want to go into that space. If you're a business and you want to begin to leverage your data, depending on how far you've gone, there's a lot of things that has to be done. When it comes to strategy, now beyond just having the software to be able to do this, there has to be a behavioral change of your team, right? We need to begin to move from making decisions based on intuition or gut feeling to making data-backed decisions. So that is a lifestyle change. So beyond just buying the software, there's the element of changing the behavior of your team in how they make decisions. Now, this has become very expensive for small and medium-sized business to embark on data projects, because there are a lot of licenses for software that you need to get.
Have to go through a lot of processes.
What Lucent does, right, is a subscription-based model.
Okay.
So you pay on a monthly or annual or a quarterly basis. The advantage with the Lucent platform is that it's a self-help tool.
Okay.
So very intuitive user interface. There are docs that helps you in how to build a model, how to deploy the model, how to do the prediction, and it's very easy to use.
Okay.
So any business can set up and begin to, get deeper insights about their customers once they have the data sets available.
Okay. All right, Kwesi, thank you so much. I've been speaking with Kwesi Kofi, the Chief Executive Officer for DataWare, and we've been talking about a web application that is helping business owners to predict and know their customer sentiment about the product and services that they are offering. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. My name is Malia Holomega. Many thanks for watching.
Thank you, Maulia Holumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story, the World Bank Country Director for Ghana, Pierre Laporte, has noted that Ghana needs to urgently find solutions to its current problems. The country director said the depreciation CD and the increase in inflation puts the country at a high risk. He said if no urgent measures are taken, domestic debt structuring will be difficult for the country. He also explained that since banks depend on government bonds and securities, a further dip in the economy's capital adequacy will have grave effects on the country. The Sunyani Airport has witnessed its first commercial flight after 7 years of closure. This happened during the Transport Minister's commissioning of the first flight to start its operation in the Bono region. During the occasion, the Minister of Transport, Kweku Esiama, stated that those in the Bono region will support the aviation industry by helping the business of flight to continue working to serve the region. He said the second phase of the Sunyani Airport will soon commence, depending on how the people of Bono East and Ahafo patronize flights that use the airports. He therefore advised the aviation industry to work diligently to support and make sure people will love their hospitality. He urged industry players to also help in the reductions of commercial flight tickets fees to encourage more people in the region to board flights to other parts of the country. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has reiterated the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war on global economies, especially on African countries. The president holds that the war, which started in February this year, aggravated an already precarious situation for African economies that were starting all over to recover from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. President Akufo-Addo said the war had direct impact on Africa, especially in the area of food supply, triggering importantly inflation. On the specific case of the Russian invasion, even though Moscow insists it was a military operation, President Akufo-Addo said, as we grappled with these economic challenges, Russia's invasion of Ukraine burst upon us, aggravating an already difficult situation. It is not just the dismay that we feel at seeing such deliberate devastation of cities and towns in Europe in the year 2022. We are feeling this war directly in our lives in Africa. The Ghana Statistical Service has said the economy recorded an expansion of 4.8% in the second quarter of 2022. This was higher than the growth rate of 3.4%, which was recorded in the first quarter of the year. The Ghana Statistical Service, in its latest data, attributed the country's manufacturing, crops and cocoa, mining and quarrying, information and communication, and education subsectors as the main drivers for growth. It added that the services sector, which is a key driver, recorded an expansion of 5.2%, which is more than the national average. This was, however, followed by agriculture, which recorded 4.6%, whilst the services sector recorded 4.4% growth rate. In addition to this, the GSS said some 9 subsectors within the services sector all experienced significant growth rates. In terms of subsectors that witnessed contraction, real estate and professional, administrative and support were the notable sectors. Also, some 3 subsectors within the agricultural industry or sector recorded an expansion during the period. These were the fishing and livestock, crop and cocoa. The data also showed the forestry and logging sectors recorded a contraction in their growth rate of negative 0.2%. The GSS data showed that services sector continued to be the largest sector of the Ghanaian economy, which recorded an expansion in the second quarter of 2022. The sector recorded a gross share of 45.8% of gross domestic product. A senior director at ratings agency Fitch, Mahin, has said Ghana faces a possible debt default. He explained that banks in Ghana have high dependence on government securities. Therefore, any debt distress the government faces will have dire effects on the sustainability of banks. According to Reuters, Mahin made the comments at a press briefing on September 21st. He also noted that in case of debt distress, the banking sector will not be the only affected sector. In August this year, ratings agency downgraded Ghana's creditworthiness status to junk. This has affected the country's ability to secure credit facilities from the global market. Inflation has skyrocketed to an all-time high of 33.9%. The cedi continues to depreciate against major trading currencies. Meanwhile, 3 Ghanaian banks have also been downgraded by Fitch. That's all for today. Thank you very much for joining us on today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. BizTech airs every Friday on the same platform. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. But before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. Once again, I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.